Testing. We're ready.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I would like to now call the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee meeting for December the 3rd, 2025 to order. I'll now call on Tim Brubaker to conduct the roll call. Tim.
Thank you. Regional Chair Redmond.
A gavel at all?
Regional Chair Redmond.
Okay.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb is running late. Councillor Foxton is present. Councillor Gowing.
Good morning.
Chair Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunick. All right. Councillor James. Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. I can see. Councillor Rodriguez. Councillor Salonen. Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovich. Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Chinantan peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. I would also like to acknowledge a few days of significance. International Day of Persons with Disabilities is December the 3rd. This day promotes the rights and well-being of persons with disabilities, advocating for social inclusion and equal opportunities. It is also a National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. That is today, December 6th. On this day, we honor the lives lost in the 1989 Montreal Massacre and raise awareness about gender-based violence, advocating for safer communities. And we also acknowledge Human Rights Day on December the 10th, making the anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, which promotes equality, dignity, and justice for all people worldwide. It also coincides with the end of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, a global initiative to raise awareness and inspire action to eliminate violence against women and girls. Though both events are observed simultaneously, they have distinct origins and focuses. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, colleagues, we are going to roll right into day 2 of budget here at the region. At our last meeting, we heard from Waterloo Region Police Services on their proposed budget for 2026. Today, we will be going over a few critical pieces of information impacting the budget for next year. Staff will give us an update on the property assessment growth, some good news there. Provide a summary of the public engagement done for this year's budget with some key findings. And lastly, we will try to cover all the questions arising out of our budget meetings on November 18th and 19th. Now, as I mentioned yesterday at Finance Committee, I know staff have done a great job on answering the 50 or so plus questions that you all had. We're hoping that those written answers to questions are satisfactory. However, if there's clarification required, we will dig into that briefly. Of course, later this evening, we will hear directly from the public once more at our second official public input meeting. And so with that, I'll now turn over to Acting CAO, Matt Shuketsky, to kick things off. And of course, I will allow various questions throughout the presentations at the end. So Matthew, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee. As the Chair mentioned, this is another important day in the plan and budget process. We've had some really rich and engaging conversations so far, and we're looking forward to continuing that with you today with a number of the reports that are being brought forward to inform your decision making. So next slide, please. Goals for today. So this is, again, a summary of the agenda for you. So full agenda building on previous meetings. First, the update on the regional assessment growth for you to consider. After this, Commissioner McDonald will give you an update on the conversations we've been having with residents and community as part of the community engagement approach, because that's an important part that informs also the budget decisions and informs us of the, how the community experiences the different needs for regional services. As you can see from your package, then we'll move on to the responses to the questions. So a pretty fulsome package, but appreciate that there may be clarification needed. So we'll there to support that. And then in the evening, we're looking forward to our second public input meeting session. Just again, a reminder, today is really about deliberating and asking questions. If you need additional analysis, things can be brought to December 16th, and no final decisions are expected or to be made today. Next slide, please. Just to summarize what's in the published report, so you see the three reports that are attached to today's agenda on the screen, and they build on what you've already received. So in particular, the 2026 preliminary budget book, which was available in previous agendas, but it is also on the region's website for convenience for both you and the greater public. Next slide. Just a reminder of where we are in the process again. We're moving closer to final budget day on December 16th. And for today, if you have many further questions or if we go over, we do have a carryover session penciled in for tomorrow morning as needed. So I'll just leave it there with the introduction and hand things over to Commissioner Steffler to give you a brief recap on where we are from a financial perspective.
Thank you, Matu. So if we can go to the next slide. So just do a bit of a recap here. The preliminary budget was prepared to align to council guidance given back in May. Council's direction has guided us through every budget decision to date as well, as you can see in the preliminary plan and budget. Next slide. So you've seen this slide before. It sums up the draft budget we provided to you. It focuses on affordability and shows you that we found ways to manage and mitigate costs so that we can maintain service quality without major adjustments. And there's still a focus on making headway on challenges that are of top of mind for the community. Next slide. So again, as a reminder, this is the preliminary tax-supported operating budget at a high level. No changes have been made to this view since we last shared this with you in terms of expense changes year over year. You will see that the biggest pressure continues to be revenue lower than previous years, particularly GRT, waste contract changes, and people costs driven by inflation. We continue to follow the HR policy that targets the 50th percentile in compensation. The offset to these pressures come through management actions around efficiencies and proposed service adjustments, which we went through in detail the last time we met. Next slide. So again, as shown on November 18th, the water and wastewater rates for 2026, which align to those projected during the 2025 budget. Next slide. And on this slide, you can see that our asset delivery budget for 26 is $611 million. And over the next 10 years, we're planning to invest $7.4 billion to deliver tangible capital assets. There's three program areas that account for most of the investment. Community services, which is primarily our affordable and community housing builds. Transportation, which includes our road network as well as transit. Engineering and environmental services, responsible for water and regional facilities. Everything outside of those three is captured in the other category shown on the pie chart. This includes all remaining capital items, things like a library roof replacement, airport runway construction, and other smaller, more specialized projects that don't fit into these buckets. Next slide. This slide was shared as part of the appendix on November 18. It highlights top investments by area next year, and there have been dialogue on the capital side of things. So this slide serves as a recap of what's currently in that preliminary budget. You can see in transportation, we're highlighting our normal 14-year vehicle replacements and LRT2 development as we discussed on November 19th. Next slide. And on November 19th, we also reviewed debt, a key lever for our affordability. While we have hit our 10-year guidance in 27 and 28, we're exceeding our guidance. This slide helps show the main contributing projects to that. That's it for the financial recap. I'll turn it over to Commissioner McDonald to talk about engagement.
Thanks, Wayne. I'm pleased to walk Council through our community engagement approach and the feedback that we've gathered from residents. Next slide. So the focus for 2026 plan and budget engagement has been twofold. It's been about growing understanding of regional services while providing opportunities for feedback and dialogue on the 2026 plan and budget. We focused on in-person engagement, online opportunities, and public input sessions, which I will outline a little bit more on the next slide. So since June, we've connected with well over 1,000 residents across the community. Residents were reached through a range of engagement activities that aim to connect with people from all areas and from a variety of perspectives and experiences. There was a focus on equity and accessibility in the work that we carried out through attending the KW and Elmira Multicultural Festivals, Cambridge Tri-Pride, and also connecting with both the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee and KW Accessibility. Broadly speaking, our tactics included online engagement, community outreach at events and community spaces, presentations, public input sessions, and hosting community meetings. This year, we also created a visually engaging infographic of regional services and budget information, along with a fun educational quiz about the services we provide. And it was fun because residents told us that they really enjoyed the opportunity to do the quiz and see how they did. I did it. I did really well. I hope you all did it as well. I think it's a good thing I did really well. I hope you guys got the answers right as well. This edition was, again, really well received by the public and really gave us an opportunity for conversations and awareness about regional service delivery. Engagement opportunities were promoted via our Engage platform, newsletters, social media, the region's website, and on our Engage Waterloo Region site. We also released information to media, which was reported through local news. The two community plan and budget consultation meetings in Cambridge and Elmira were a new strategy this year to further increase engagement with residents. At these sessions, an overview of the plan and budget process and financial situation were provided, followed by small group discussions and informal dialogue. We were also joined by a number of members of council and staff who were present to connect and chat with the community. This was really a rich learning experience for us all, and what we heard from residents was that they appreciated the opportunity for two-way dialogue and being able to interact with council and staff in a more informal session as part of budget engagement. Elsewhere, Grand River Transit shared its 2026 proposed budget changes with information presented on social media and online, through signage at stops and stations, and through staff outreach. A survey was also available for residents to share their thoughts, which was open from November 12th to the 19th. There were 380 responses received, and what we heard were residents were more supportive of increases to service, not surprisingly, including township services, but we did hear concerns about fare increases and reductions to service. The next slide. So overall, what did we hear from residents? Top of mind for many residents, affordability and cost of living. I think that's something that's been top of mind and discussed at every budget meeting, and it was certainly discussed through every resident engagement activity. We heard that this was particularly felt by seniors with fixed incomes and individuals that were on the Ontario Disability Support Program or other income support programs. Residents also expressed a desire to maintain and in some cases increase essential services. And we also heard from residents their thoughts on a very wide range of regional services, including ensuring housing affordability, access to a robust transit network, the importance of upstream services, waste collection needs, access to childcare, addressing homelessness, the region's climate response, and the need for a connected cycling network. Next slide. So before we pause for questions, we also put together a sample of thoughts that we heard directly from residents. I think it's fair to say that these sum up a lot of what we heard throughout the engagement, which is essentially the need to balance affordability with those services that people rely on. And with that, I'll hand it back to Chair Harris for any questions. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Honig.
Through the chair. Thank you, Connie, for this presentation. I'm aware that we're not making final budget decisions today. However, I think there's a motion on the table to potentially increase the estimates of revenue based on the assessment growth, as well as increasing rideshare fees. And so I'm just wondering if that motion as proposed by staff goes through, then when do we discuss or debate where that revenue is allocated to?
Through the chair. So we're going to review that when we get to the assessment growth portion.
Okay.
And we do, included in that, we have a recommendation of where that additional revenue should go. So it's
Okay,
coming.
sorry, I just saw it at the top of the agenda.
Okay.
I didn't mean to bring it up too soon. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I like the fact that we had public engagement in Cambridge. Unfortunately, we didn't have a great turnout that day except for councillors and staff, very few citizens. But I did hear that many people later, and I think, thought the meeting should be at Cambridge City Hall. Now, I know we would have to check with the city if that would be possible, but I could see value in the city and the region doing almost a combined budget presentation, because so many times when they ask a question of me, that I'd say, oh no, that's city. And I'm sure the city councillors constantly get asked a question and they go, no, that's regional responsibility. That if we had a budget meeting, engaged budget, that had both city and region there, and we could sort of emphasize to our citizens, residents, that, you know, this is city responsibility, this is regional responsibility, and, you know, ask them, you know, what they want taken down. We always have the people like the tax group who wants all taxes taken down, both regional and city. But then we have, you know, social service groups, et cetera, that are asking for things. Anyway, I just wonder if for next year you could explore maybe doing the budget consultation at City Hall if that was agreeable to the city.
Well, thank you, Councillor Wolf. I'm hopeful that someday we can do that, actually, but maybe we'll have to speak to our provincial members to make that happen. Councillor Shantz.
Thanks. I wanted to say thank you too for holding a session in Elmira. I was disappointed that we didn't get more residents out. We had a number of university students there and a lot of staff, not a lot of residents. So just disappointed in that. I'm not sure what we can do better next time to try to get more engagement. Anyway, but thank you for holding it. It was a good evening.
I see no other questions, so we'll continue on.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'm going to go through now the changes in assessment growth. So this is our final assessment growth insight from MPAC for 2026. If you go to the next slide, please. As a reminder, assessment growth is the change in the total tax base year over year, and it's available every December. So it's something we always have to update for after preliminary budget is published. We talked about this last time using the analogy of a pie. Assessment growth is the number of people taking a piece. As more and more people take a piece, you get a smaller and smaller piece of the pie. So in 2025, we have a list from MPAC that says, here's all the properties in your region, their category, and their value. And that's what we based our tax levy on last year. And then through, as you go through the slide, you can see through 2025, MPAC would have responded to any resident requests, assessment board reviews, appeals, demolitions, et cetera. They also would have adjusted for any other significant changes. There were none this year. So there were no significant changes to legislation, reassessment, or validation methodology this year to disclose. And then that results in our final listing or roll of all properties that we based our 2026 tax levy on. If you go to the next slide, please. This chart just shows the breakdown of the property class type present across the region. Residential continues to be our biggest driver with 3/4 of the entire assessment base in the region. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just a weighted breakdown showing the 1.5% increase in our assessment base. So this adds the regional controlled tax policy from 2025, which sets the ratios. Those ratios are set in Q1 every year by council. And so in 2026 Q1, we'll bring forward a report revisiting those ratios. But if they don't change, that's how each category changes over the year. If you go to the next slide, please. As I said, the final assessment growth for 2026 is 1.5% growth from 2025. This is higher than we had originally forecasted at 1.15 in the preliminary budget, which was the October actuals. The increase is due to the Cambridge Amazon facility getting added to the roll just in time for the December cutoff. So we will take that as a win for us this year. It is still lower than prior year's growth, which reflects the slowing of development. If you go to the next slide, please. As you can see here, this is our, I think, standard slide that you see every year about how the actual money turns into a percent change for region versus police versus total. So at the top, you would see kind of the total levy and the growth percentages before assessment growth. And at the bottom, you see what the residents will see, which includes the assessment growth. So the overall change in taxes that we're asking to be collected has not changed from preliminary budget. But because we have more properties taking a slice of the pie, the growth the resident sees is lower. So the regional preliminary plan suggested our total taxes to be gathered were $614,942,367. If we make no changes to the preliminary plan, each resident will continue to contribute their share, and that share will be a 4.58 increase from last year if we do no adjustment to where we direct that revenue. To go back to a 4.94 growth rate, there's just over $2 million of capacity created. Council can direct how to direct that capacity or stay at 2.58 growth. In a couple of slides, I bring up a recommendation that staff is recommending this capacity be directed to our contingency fund, the tax stabilization reserve. If you go to the next slide, please. So I brought this last time we were here. The tax stabilization reserve is our central contingency for our operations. This fund is only filled and used by surpluses, so it does not have a funding methodology. With council's directed use of this fund and the expected 2025 deficit, we are projecting to start 2026 with a balance of just under $3 million in this fund. Our current policy notes a target balance of $15 million. If we staff is suggesting we take this assessment growth capacity and use it to keep the tax growth for residents at the communicated 4.94% growth and increase the tax stabilization balance from $3 million to $5 million. If you go to the next slide, please. The other adjustment that we're proposing today since the preliminary plan is around ride sharing. We had already discussed with council the proposed fee increase, and there's no change on that piece. We're still showing here at 25 cents a trip. But we have new information to bring forward about the number of trips we are predicting for 2026 based on recently received 2025 activity numbers. So with the not changing the proposed fee, but the new insight on ride volume, staff proposes adding $335,000 of expected revenue and also directing all of this revenue increase into the tax stabilization reserve. Next slide, please. So this recommendation covers what I just discussed as far as directing both of these increases in assessment and the increase in ride-shared revenue to the tax stabilization reserve, taking the opening 2026 balance from $2.9 million to $3.4 million. And with that, Chair, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, well, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Director Neal. Sorry, through you, Chair. I was not expecting to be called on that quickly. What would be the process by which we would, yes, allocate some to the reserves, but also, for example, allocate some to the taxi script program shortfall?
So through the chair, as I noted, staff is proposing that the revenue be directed to the tax stabilization reserve, but that is at the discretion of council. So that 2 million of capacity is could be directed through motion if you'd like it to go somewhere else.
Thank you. Not the whole thing, just a small portion, potentially, if my colleagues agree. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton?
Thank you. On slide 23, when we the police budget's there, and it's a 7.98% increase in the police budget. But how would that relate into the tax levy for us? So it would only be about 3% then, is that correct? Because the police budget, 1%, I believe, is 2.5 million?
Give us a minute here.
Yeah, we're just trying to get to the slide. If you give me a moment here, thank you. So yeah, you're seeing the 7.98% growth on the levy, which is a 20 million increase from them. They are, they're 30% of our overall budget. Yeah, so of the 5.13 at the bottom table there, they are 1.34. 1.94. Thank you, Chris. So of that 5.13, police is 1.94.
So the increase on that levy total region-wide would be 1.94? So that's important to note that it's only a 1.94 tax increase to the, people assume it's 7.98 of the regional budget. It is not. Thank you very much.
Councillor McCabe?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Nicole, could you just repeat what you said about the revenue sharing for the, because you kind of went through that a bit too quickly for me, at least.
Through you, Chair, and sorry for that, Councillor
No.
McCabe. I'm happy to go a little
slower. It's
slower.
not about you, it's about me.
I'm just going to say it's early morning. We all need a little repeat. So on the ride share, the update that we were bringing today was not to the fee. The fee is not changed from what we originally proposed. What we did get was more new information about the number of rides being taken this year in 2025. So using our most current information, the number of rides increased. That we were able to estimate on, giving us 335,000 of extra revenue, just because we know that there's going to be more rides next year.
Okay. So, and by policy, that increase then goes back to general revenue? Or does it, I'm just curious why that wouldn't go back into, like, specifically into the program, or at least stay within GRTs?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, we could direct that wherever you would like. Because the tax stabilization reserve is only funded through surplus and deficit, and we know we're low.
Right.
Finance is recommending that as the place to put it, not because that's where it should be, but because this is an opportunity that we have strategically that does not impact the services that we have put out forward today. So this is just an opportunity move that we're taking.
No, I hear that. I guess part of what I'm thinking about this, and and just with GRT revenue in general, is that that it doesn't stay within the GRT bucket. It goes into general revenue or potentially tax rate stabilization, which is like it's using funds that are coming from our, residents and people who are riding our service. And, just thinking through the whole, instead of reinvesting it directly back into the service, it's going across to other services. So just the reason for my question there. So anyway, may bring that up in the future. But I also, just because I didn't weigh in earlier, I just also wanted to say to Connie and her team on the consultation piece, thanks very much for doing all that and going out to all those local events and things, because it is too bad that people, we would love people to show up at our when we hold the budget events, but it's really great to go out where people are at and catch them where they are as well. So thanks for all the efforts on that part.
Definitely so. We're trying to get a better percentage to come out and vote even. So, we know people are busy, and so we do appreciate those that did make the effort to come out. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'm just going to tag on I wasn't going to make this comment, but to Councillor McCabe to say, I was at the public meetings, and I would tell you that as much as they may not have been packed, the right people showed up. There were great conversations, and for anybody that was in Cambridge, it was vintage Councillor Michael Harris explaining the difference between mandatory legislated programming and discretionary. So I think they were very worthwhile, and definitely worth the effort, and thank you to staff, because the room was full of staff providing great information. I just want to talk a little bit about the tax stabilization fund and the fact that our target is 15 million, and we just didn't throw a dart at the wall. So I'm just, to my way of thinking, the tax stabilization fund historically has sort of been our shock absorbers. So to put this funding into the tax stabilization fund doesn't mean it's one and done. It means that as we go through, people could look to this fund when it's a bit replenished, and it's still not where we need it to be to fund other issues. So I'm wondering if we can have a little bit more context around why we targeted 15 million, even though we're substantially below that.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Chair. So the tax stabilization target of 15 million is a policy that was established, I believe, in 2017 as part of the pay-as-you-go policy. At the time, it was meant, as you said, to be the shock absorber, and there was a detailed analysis done at that time. Finance staff will be looking at what are our target balances and what should they be next year in a staff report. So we will be confirming that 15 million next year.
So thank you very much. So I guess just for, Wayne, do you want to jump in?
Through the chair. And just to be clear, so what we're proposing is that we would continue with our recommendation and the council direction where we come in at 4.94%. So that's what we would bring on the 16th is that motion at 4.94% with this additional funds going into the tax rate stabilization. So there is an opportunity to make amendments to the entire budget, but that's how we're going to present it. And just also just to keep in mind, we've seen this past year where we had where this year we're going to be incurring a deficit. That's one of the main reasons why we have this reserve. So it's important to replenish that. And then also to consider, the recent adjustments, the efficiencies we've made. We've leaned up a lot of budget lines at the end of the last budget process and then through the efficiency process. So it's just a prudent act to be able to allocate some funds that are now available to support that fund.
Thank you.
Matthew, I believe you wanted to chime in as well on this.
Through you, Chair, just going back to Councillor McCabe's question, just for clarification, the ride share fee we're talking about, that's the fee on Uber and Lyft. So it has nothing to do with transit. So it doesn't go back to GRT revenue. It's not a transit revenue. It's collected through bylaw and enforcement. I think Tim could specify, but it's that fee that we're talking about. So it has nothing to do with the GRT program. So it's separated. It always goes to general revenue. It's allocated probably in the clerk's budget and in bylaw budget. But that's just to clarify. It's not related to the transit service.
Councillor Rabanovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks to staff for the additional information. I just want to go back to the police budget for a moment, because I respect Councillor Foxton immensely, but I also think we need to be clear that it's not just a 1%, 1 point something percent increase. We have our regional increase. The police increase is actually higher than our proposed regional increase, and it actually means that the overall increase to taxpayers is going up more than what the regional increase is because of the police budget. And the one part that is accurate is that of that overall percentage of that final amount of that regional increase, as you said, about 30% of that new amount is related to the police budget, because it's you know, it's kind of an odd thing that we do here in separating the police budget. Because, for example, you know, in the municipalities, and I get it's a little different statutory-wise, but we have libraries that have a library board that set their own budgets, as an example, but we don't parse that out at the city to say, well, you know, 9 million goes to the library, so we have the city increase plus the library, like we don't do it that way. It's always been this, well, it's been this way since it got changed a number of years ago at the region. And quite frankly, I think that was a political decision at the time in order to try to make the regional budget look better. And it still continues to do that. So I'm just wondering, Ms. Neal, if you can provide clarity so that the public is clear on what's happening here.
Thank you, Councillor Vivanovic. It's a great comment. So through you, Chair, you are correct that we separate them out. They're two separately run areas, but at the end of the day, we're one financial statement, one credit rating agency report, one number that the taxpayers see at the end of the day. So open to council's suggestion for how they would like to see it, but you are absolutely correct that that is the way it's been set up.
So, but I am correct when I say, as it's proposed right now, and I'm not arguing if that's a good or bad number, but the police budget is actually increasing the overall regional budget based on the proposed increase, which means that the amount going to the ratepayer is actually higher.
Correct. That is correct. Absolutely. So and we will add this to the slide when we come back on the 16th, but the 4.58% increase for the region translates to 3.19% of that 5.13, and the 6.38 increase on the police is 1.94 of the 5.13. So they are increasing the percentage increase that the taxpayers will see. 100%.
Okay, thank you. I think it was important that we provide that clarity, and you know we'll have the debate about where that sits in terms of operating and capital and so on budget day. On the issue of capital that's in our budget book, can you help me understand or identify, you know, if we're looking to propose some changes on budget day in order to try to get our rate down, where in those capital projects can we find clarity of what's funded DC-wise versus what's funded, you know, in terms of rates versus what's funded through capital from current? Because it would be the capital from current projects we would need to adjust, if I'm correct, in order to bring the rate down.
So through the chair, I think there's 2 points there, Councillor Vivanovic. So the first point is how can I change the capital plan in order to change this year's tax increase? And the short answer is no change to the capital plan will change this year's tax increase. The only way you could do that is by changing how much is directed from the levy to the reserves. So you can choose to say, I would like to put less money away for capital projects, and that's how we would decrease the levy. Which would mean that we would have less money available for projects and some would need to come off the list. So you are correct, there is an end-to-end route there, but it is kind of circular in that the first action to reduce the actual percentage that the taxpayers are seeing this year, it's reducing how much we're directing into our reserves. The second question about how each project is funded in the preliminary budget book, the way it is published, you can't see how each project is funded. You just see the total funding for that area's projects. I think we could probably provide something offline to council that breaks it down. It will just be a massive information package. So let me take that away and see how we can get you that insight a different way so that you can see what's funded by debt, what's funded by reserves, what's funded by RDCs for the next couple of years.
Yeah, that would be helpful, and particularly in terms of 2025, because you know I understand that in order to see, for example, 1% of capital impact, we would have to find essentially 1% of projects this year, and it would have to be out of like we can't take it out of the DC reserves because that's not going to impact on rates. We would have to take it out of the capital from current reserves that fund those capital projects. And then obviously, make that adjustment 9 more times because you need it for the full 10 years of the capital forecast in order to make those adjustments and changes. The last question then I would have is, and maybe I've missed it, but is there a consolidated page that shows all of the state of all of our reserves in the document? So I think what would be helpful is for all the reserve accounts that we have, if we could have the 23, 24, and let's actual numbers of 25 proposed closing of the account, and maybe what the 26 proposed closing is of those reserve accounts, if that could be made available, because I think that can also help shape motions that members of council may want to bring forward for budget day.
Through you, Chair, we could definitely look at that, Councillor Vivanovic. A reserve report was brought forward in, I want to say September, that had all that information in the appendix. So let me see if I can pull that up. And if it has what you're looking for, it might not have the forward looking. We might have to add that, but leave that with me. It's definitely doable.
Wonderful. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please repeat how much is in our tax stabilization reserve fund without this $2.5 million being added?
Without adding any additional in the prelim budget, the way it was forecast, it's 2.9 million going into 2026.
Okay. And we had the shock of knowing that our GRT was, there's a lot more money needed than what we knew at the time. So let's say something catastrophic happens. So that was a shock for 2025, which takes us into 2026. So let's say something else really catastrophic happens here at the region. Is that going to be enough money, knowing what we're likely going to face in 2027 with the economic downturns and what is portrayed to happen then? Because if we put the money in here and something really catastrophic happens, then we won't have the money in the tax stabilization reserve fund if we have to take the money out of that again. And I have grave concerns about what's coming down the road, let alone 2026. Can you answer that? Are you able to? Am I putting you on the spot unfairly here?
Through you, Chair. Never on the spot. Appreciate the question for sure. What I'll say is our current policy is that we have a balance of 15 million. We're not there, so we are shy, and we are therefore exposed to risk, like you said. We're not aware of risk in 2027, but like you said, there's always things. So that is why we're suggesting that we direct what we have available to try to forecast or try to protect ourselves as best as possible. And as I said to Chair Redmond, the work in 2026 for the finance team will be to look at our overall reserve capital infrastructure funding policy, which will include contingency. How should we have a contingency? And I've talked before, especially in the reserve report, that there are best practices out there, which are much more than 15 million. So, this is a step on the path. We're also going to look at funding mechanisms next year. So right now it's only funded by surplus. We're going to look at, is that the right path forward? But we're doing that work next year. So like you said, I am concerned.
Yeah, so it's not just 2027 I'm concerned about, it's about anything catastrophic that could come forward in 2026 that we don't even know about. I just want to make sure that we're putting enough money in there in anticipation of something happening. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll just add on. I think our preference would be to try to maintain that 15 million, but based on all the pressures, we're recognizing that's difficult right now. But again, that's why we're recommending this additional assessment go forward into that. So we'll have a balance of about 5 million.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to respond to my friend, Councillor Ivanovich, about the police budget. And I need to say to council, if you want to feel unloved, be a member of the Police Services Board. Because over the last 3 years, the police budget has been highlighted over and over again in a lot of negative ways that don't support the policing community. The budget is quite correct with regards to the extent and the how it is the biggest increase compared to the regional budget. But there are a lot of reasons for that. And Chief Crowell came here and he made it clear over three hours about the needs of the police, what they needed, what was the relationship between other communities in Ontario with regard to policing and the needs. We had a 9-year period where there was no hiring of police in the region. We've had a time period too that per 100,000 we have the least police compared to other municipalities. Yet every year we get this ongoing criticism, and it's personal, and it has been personal in the past. Whether we're not being transparent as police board members, we're not presenting things correctly, and of course, the policing community gets blamed for the budget in an indirect way every year. And I just want you to know that it becomes tiresome after a while to listen to this. And I appreciate the concerns of the budget. I think there's other ways to reduce the budget, but we need to stop making the police the catch-all for all that's wrong with the budget. And that's gone on for 3 years now. So I just need to make that point clear. And if you want to start blaming somebody, then let's blame the province for the downloading that is causing the increases. $227 million. And no one says anything. Thinks that's, well, okay. No, it's not. That's why the tax increases, and that's why there's pressures on us to come up with a reasonable budget. And that's because of the downloading that gets continual, and no one criticizes that. And that's where we should be focusing our efforts as regional councillors in dealing with these increases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yes, did give you a bit of runway there. However, we want to, pose questions on the matter at hand. So I'll go to Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Craig, for your comments on the police budget. I would also note that some years the police budget brings the total percentage down, so it's not always the same. I have a couple of questions. Just to clarify, I'm not really opposed to putting the assessment growth, the additional amount, into the reserves. We're also trying to right-size our reserves at the township, and it needs to be done at some point. In general, though, that wouldn't be my preference. It would be more of a preference to use surplus. So my one question, and you may have said this, Mr. Steffler, Commissioner Steffler, are we expecting a deficit for 2025?
Through the chair, yes. If you recall the Q3 report, we are still projecting that a deficit for 2025, and that's included in the slide as a draw on that reserve. And I think that's also a good point, just to recognize that over the past several years, we had that surplus, so that there was a consistent funding in this tax rate stabilization, and I guess this year is the example of where, when it goes the other way, then you have a funding concern.
So the $5 million value that you referenced, that already has a projected deficit removed?
Through the chair, yes. So that's where we're projecting it. We're taking the projected 2025 deficit, and then if we would then add in this additional assessment growth, we would have going into 26 a $5 million balance.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you through you, Chair. Apologies for missing the first part of the meeting, but I do concur that the assessment growth, it definitely should go into our reserves. I think that was a good call to just suggest that. I do have a question of clarification here as I organize my notes and everything. It's just regarding clarification around something in the preliminary budget book that we received. Just looking at the facility occupancy charges, and that indicates an increase in building costs related to utilities, facilities, maintenance, contracted services to align with actual cost and utilization trends. When I look at some of the projected increases in some of the departments, I'm noticing significant increases. One department in particular, it goes from 81, and I believe that's 1,000 to 96,000. There's another one that has a $30,000 jump. Can you explain this? And I can get specific. One of them specifically is the elected officials office that goes from 171 to 201. So confirm if that's $30 or if it's $30,000, and just some of the justifications for that, because I think when I compound the departments, I see that there's a significant increase. So that is for janitorial, that is for maintenance. There's such an increase. Is that inflation? Just kind of explain some of that.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. So facilities costs, as you noted there, are the total building costs that are in any shared building. So if GRT, for example, has a standalone building at Northfield, they would be charged directly for their utilities. They're like directly, you own 100% of that building, you get 100% of the cost to run that building. For shared buildings, like the building we're in today, what we do is we say this is the total cost that it takes to run this building, and we say who has space in this building, and we split it up that way. So it's based on both the floor print of the area as well as what the total cost of the total building is. So for example, AHQ, I think we had some renovations this year, and we're changing, I think, the security. Gas prices went through the roof, as I'm sure everyone can relate to in their own personal budgets. So this is not there's nothing else in there. It's just what it costs to run the building divided by who has floor space in it.
I'll just add to a couple other elements there. There are just some general increases. You recall too, we went through a very comprehensive process this year looking at areas, looking at actuals, trying to align the budget. So there was some resetting to where actuals actually are. So that could have spiked up in areas, and we're continually adding facilities too. So there are those elements as well that are contained within that increase.
Okay, I think it makes sense to some degree, but when I look at, say, strategy, performance, and partnerships, the facility occupancy charges last year were, I believe that's 1.7, and this year they're 1.8. So, there's a difference of 118,000. I'm just questioning around, breaking that down a little bit, because maybe there's potential for cost savings there. I don't know if strategy, performance, and part of what that looks like on a floor plan, for instance. So just some clarity around that, because it is confusing, and just some justification if that could be provided. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a little bit more information just about the specific one you asked about on the counselor services. There's kind of two things going on underneath facilities in total. I talked about the increase in gas, that sort of thing. There's also we did the budget to actual this year, and we said we've been under budgeting our facilities, so there's a little bit of a catch up to actuals. The other part that's in there, which was the life cycle reserve. So we set aside money to refresh our facilities based on our plans to refresh our facilities. In our shared buildings, we have space optimization projects coming, so we are saving for those. So some of the increases related to saving for those life cycle projects.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Councillor James, be it that you did speak to your intent on this motion, would you at this time like to move it? Was that an indication of wanting to do so?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Foxton? Okay. So we'll continue on with a discussion on that. Councillor Erb?
Sorry, I don't know what the motion is.
So the motion's been put up here now. We've been discussing it with regards to the direction of staff to amend the region's 2026 operating budget to increase ride-sharing fee revenues by $335,000 as a result of higher estimated trips, and that the Region of Waterloo's 2026 operating budget be amended to include a contribution to the tax stabilization reserve in the amount of $2.46 million as dated December 3rd due to the higher than forecasted assessment growth. That's where we're at right now. Councillor Erb.
Yeah, I just wanted to just speak in favor of the motion. I think when we received our last report from Moody's, one of the things they flagged in there was the concern about the reserve funds that we have and the low state that they were in, so that we should be aware of that. And that we don't, in this budget process, we don't use this 2.4 million as our personal piggy banks for trying to get some things put into the budget that we would like to see. So I would really encourage us that we start trying to rebuild our reserve funds and consistent with what Moody's have been telling us, and which I think we need to do to have a healthy, ongoing strategic plan for the region.
Okay. Councillor Hunak, back over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Nicole, if we maintained the taxi coupon program at its current rate from 2025 to 2026, instead of raising it by $10 per coupon book, where would that money come out of? I think in that question, I'm kind of asking, where has it come from historically? And would that still be applicable?
So through you, Chair, to Councillor Hunak, thank you for the question. So the taxi coupon price increase from $30 to $40 generates an extra $65,000 in revenue year over year. So that $65,000 in revenue, we would be coming back to the transit budget and looking at that. So it would either be increased to the levy, or we'd be looking for something else to offset that $65,000.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I have another question, Chair, in a different vein, if that's okay.
You go ahead.
Director Neal, you mentioned that, thank you, Chair. Director Neal, you mentioned that 15 million in reserves is not even best practice, so I'm wondering what best practice would be, and I'm wondering how we got to only 20%, sorry, less than 20% of our target balance for the reserve.
Through you, Chair, again to Councillor Hunak, thank you for the question. So the historical number was set as a number, not a range or an adjustment. So it was set in 2017, I believe, and just has not been indexed since. So best practice rule of thumb from my personal research, which we'll be discussing next year when I do the reserve work, was 3 to 5% for contingency, which would in the region be 18 to 31 million based on our current 2026 proposed levy. So 15 isn't that far off the bottom end, but I'm not ready to update until we do a thorough analysis.
But, okay, so 15 is not that bad, but as of right now, we're at 2.9, which is distressing. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Verbanovich.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to begin with, can you just provide some clarity, because if I understood Mr. Getsky at the start of his presentation, I thought we weren't dealing with any motions today, that we were, that those were being saved for budget day. If that's not the case, then I guess we could start putting a whole number of motions forward today. So I guess I'm looking for clarity for you on that before I comment on the motion. And any motions today also, if you were to accept them, potentially will get changed on budget day anyway.
Yeah, no, you make a good point, Councillor Verbanovich. There was that comment made. So I think, we can easily, I know that we've got a mover and a seconder because of the staff recommendation, but in order to, keep things lumped in, as you had stated, I think the best thing would be to defer this recommended staff motion to budget day. So it's a part of the mix, because you're right, we'll likely then need to deal with others that come about. So let's defer this. There's a discussion, obviously a report from staff will allow for questions to be asked and answered, and we will punt this to budget day.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. I will just add that I am pleased that staff have highlighted the importance of this fund. I think, obviously all of our reserves have a purpose and a reason, and as we go forward to budget day and look at where we're at, ultimately where various members of council have indicated they'd like to end up. We're going to have to balance all of that in terms of the affordability that Ms. McDonald indicated. We heard from predominantly from residents, and certainly that's, if I read the comments in the newspaper, if I look at social media, if I look at the emails I'm getting, those are the predominant comments and concerns that we're hearing. The last point that I need to make on a point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair, I wasn't looking to get in a debate or comment, but as something was implied that I didn't say, I want to provide that clarity. My question to Ms. Neal was simply to clarify how the police budget relates to the regional budget and how those percentages work. And she answered that question. I was very clear that I was not debating the merits of the operating or the capital portions of that budget, that would happen on another day. And so to suggest that, I or others, were attacking the police budget in that process is farthest from the truth. I made it clear when the police chief was here that from an operating perspective, I'm very supportive of the budget and plan to support it, the operating portion, on budget day. In fact, if you look at my voting record, there's few people around this horseshoe that have consistently pressed the green or now the plus button as much as I have when it comes to the police budget. But I have raised concerns around the capital budget, and I will raise those again on budget day, because I don't think what's being proposed is affordable for the ratepayers of our community from a capital perspective. And I think that's a discussion and a debate that we're going to need to have. But to suggest anything otherwise would not be accurate or appropriate, and so I need to clarify that for the record.
Okay, I think we've got both of them on the record there now. So I guess just back to the original motion, staff recommendation, because there's a mover and a seconder, do we have anyone that disagrees with the deferral to budget day? No disagreement? Okay, do you have a disagreement on? Okay, so let's get the question. Okay, fine. Sure. I know, but we brought, this is my error by bringing the motion forward. Now we're just trying to get rid of it. So I'll entertain a question quick from Dorothy McCabe, Councilor McCabe. So
thanks. And my question is about, because last time we were here, I had asked about how much additional revenue would be generated if we doubled or tripled the license. So I don't think it would be appropriate to say, let's direct that money to tax stabilization until we know how much, until we vote on if we're going to increase the license. Because I would just worry that, then we'd have to do another motion to say, if we said we're going to increase the license fee to generate X amount more money, then we have to, and would that go to the tax stabilization as well? So I just thought we should at some point deal with that question, which I was going to bring up as a motion on the 10th.
Yeah, I think now that we're going to disperse this or push this to budget day, and I don't see any disagreement with that, so we'll do that. And then this one here can perhaps be at the very end of everything else.
Okay.
Because that, obviously the recommendation of the tax stabilization based on the assessment growth and the ride share of revenues, that could change depending
Yes.
on what happens. So
Yeah, and I just don't want to lose the piece of the question that I had about increasing the license for the ride share, because that may, if we said yes to it, then that will maybe change the number that goes into tax stabilization.
yeah, gotcha.
So just wanted to flag that.
Okay, we are technically on the second round of questions with the exception of one of my colleagues who I'm going to get to next. So everyone has had a chance for the most part to jump in, but Councilor Rodriguez, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. No, I was actually just going to echo what Councilor Urbanovic said in terms of, I support generally what we were looking to do here. I didn't want to presuppose our decisions for budget day, so I was actually going to ask the same question in a different order, but I'm happy to proceed with dispensing it till budget day. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor Foxton.
If I may, through you, Chair, I'm sorry if my colleagues on the police board feel attacked, because we're not attacking you. And we're not attacking the police budget. We're looking at hard times, at the whole picture. And I was going to suggest later on that at the beginning of the 2026 budget for 2027, that we ask the police to go to a certain percentage, just as we asked our staff to go to a certain percentage, and take it from there. And we understand that police have to be the top of their game. They have to have the best they can to provide the needs for our community. But we as a council have to look at also the affordability within our constituents. So finding a balance between that, non-aggressive, non-attacking, but trying to find the best that will meet the needs for everybody is really essential. So my colleagues, please do not take it to heart that you're being attacked or that the police are being attacked. Some people will, but I don't believe this council's any of that. I believe we're trying to do what's best for the public. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Foxton. Councilor Wolf. Are you up, or you want to? Okay, delete. Okay, Councilor Shantz, did you have something you wanted to add?
Thank you. I'll be quick. Ms. Neal, when you bring the reserve balances that Councilor Urbanovic asked for, can we also have what the target is for them on that chart? And can we have that before we discuss this motion then on budget day? Is that possible?
Yeah, through the chair. So I will circulate what's already available, the report that came in September with what's there. Some of the reserves have target balances, some don't. So that's work that we'll be looking at next year in reestablishing targets, but I can definitely share what was already available.
The ones that you have, thank you.
Okay. Councilor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Just regarding the ride share, just to make note, I want to put this out there that I will have a motion coming forward regarding the ride share rate specific to the accessibility fee coming forward. And just a note regarding the police budget, I think that we should be able to ask the necessary questions, not taking things personal. As Councillor Urbanovic has said, this is an impact on taxpayers, and asking the necessary due diligence questions throughout this process is part of our process, and not target on the services that the police deliver. However, just being fiscally responsible and asking the necessary questions is part of what we are elected to do. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the commentary from my colleagues with regards to the police budget and sort of the clarification of how they feel and what they're trying to do. But I want to make it very clear, and I think for those of us have been around this table in the last 3 years, it has been a frosty environment whenever the police have come and whatever the budget has been displayed in terms of what was going to happen. And that's a reality. There's nothing wrong with asking questions, but there is something wrong when delegations come here and make disparaging comments about the police and nobody says anything. And when you read in the newspaper commentary about members of the police board not being transparent, then I think it does raise a lot of issues. I think we have to, as a colleague of mine said, bring the warmth back here next time the police chief shows up, because that's been missing for the last 3 years. So I certainly appreciate Councillor Ivanovich's commentary, his explanation, and I guess we will have some disagreements on capital. But then again, I have to make these points clear, because after 3 years of being on the police board, as I said, it hasn't been pleasant at all coming here to discuss things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, colleagues, that's all we have for, okay, yeah, so let's go back to the motion that we had put on the floor. I guess we'd ask for unanimous consent to move or defer this motion to final budget day. Do I have unanimous consent? Just all say all. Okay, good. All right, so we'll move that. Oh, sorry, no. I heard
Chair Harris, I guess I'm suggesting that I wonder if we could amend the wording rather than just punt it to budget day. And I understand that there's a lot of inputs and there's a lot of questions about what we do with this. And I'm wondering if an amendment to the motion that's a little bit less specific, so that as we look at the fees that we get from ride-sharing programs, that may vary, but that the intention would be that this would go into the tax stabilization fund, recognizing that this is sort of a general shock absorber that may be impacted when people make motions and suggest that the funding come from the tax stabilization fund. But I worry that if we just put this to budget day, it still is very specific. So I guess I'm looking to see if rather than defer this, we could amend it so that we could still go forward. I guess fundamentally, is anybody against putting this amount of money into tax stabilization fund? And maybe we just refer to the sources of the funding rather than being that specific.
Okay, so you would like to, yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry, and I'm not trying to be difficult here.
Okay.
You sent out an email and a process to us previously. The CAO at the start of today's meeting indicated what the process would be. And so we need to have some consistency and not be, you know, and I respect that chairing is difficult. You've done an amazing job throughout this whole process. Quite frankly, the motion, you know, shouldn't have been dealt with. And, you know, I don't know that we need unanimous consent. I'm prepared to move a motion of deferral or referral of this question to budget day, and then you don't need unanimous consent.
Okay, all right, so heard you loud and clear. You're moving deferral. That would take precedent over an amendment. Do we have a seconder for deferral? Councillor Craig. So any discussion on deferral that's left? Then we'll go to a vote on the deferral of the motion to final budget day. Over to you, Scribe, please. Give us a second to put it up.
It didn't pop up. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's carried, colleagues, so we'll deal with that on budget day. Okay, responses to councillor questions. We will be continuing with item 5.3 on our agenda today, the information report, responses to councillor questions. This report is for information. However, we have commissioners and staff available to answer any questions of clarification or follow-up that you have. As indicated in the report, there were a number of questions identified that need significant staff time and analysis to bring forward. These will require formal direction and the support of council for staff to pursue in 2026. Obviously, this is your time to flag any of those items that you would like your colleagues to deliberate further today. We have received over 60 responses for councillor questions, and we do not want to limit, obviously, discussion. However, we have to take a clear approach to ensure that we obviously stay focused. If you have questions or comments, please add yourself to the speakers list now. I'll be going to each speaker in the queue. When I call your name, please indicate which response you would like further discussion on. Then the clerks will compile this list during a short recess so that we can address everyone's comments in an orderly and timely manner. We'll likely break at some point here this morning as well. So I guess that we'll start off with Councillor Hunick. Always got the hot hand over there.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I don't know the number of the question that I'm asking about, but I saw a lot of safety and accessibility improvements with regard to the LRT. But I was also looking for specifics around safety at certain crossings of the LRT, particularly in Uptown Waterloo Square, and also at Frederick and King, and there may be other examples as well. I wonder if the Commissioner of Transit and Roads and something else could speak to signaling and safety and those things. Sorry for that super clear question.
Can I answer? Chair, we're answering? Yeah, okay. Through you, Chair, and Councillor, I sometimes feel like my job title is exactly as you described, so well put.
Hang on, Mr. Spooner, just 2 seconds, I think.
We're getting the number of councillors, I think, just to keep it orderly.
Okay, so if
Okay, so colleagues, we're gonna ask you to identify the question number that you're going to ask about, so that we can, instead of going 1 through 60, we're just going to ask you to indicate what number throughout the list that you have questions on, so we can kind of have a orderly fashion in terms of how we assemble this. I know it's a bit unique, but do you have, what numbers of questions do you want to have further clarification on, Councillor Hunick?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm sorry I don't know the numbers. I didn't organize my notes or my brain that way. But I'm also wondering about, I had asked if we decreased the taxi script allotment to 24 books instead of 30 books per year, would that offset the revenue loss? And by how much? And then my final question, probably not final, but the last one I can think of right now, was with respect to the budget drivers. There was reference to rental of parking lot spaces, which seems odd to me. So what is that about? And how much is that costing us? And what would the impact be if we got rid of those? Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we're going to ask for you to identify the questions that you'd like clarification on that are on the list. And if there are new questions, then we'll ask for those at the very end, colleagues. I know that may seem somewhat, new. So I guess we'll ask Councillor Wolf next what questions you have clarity on, and then we're going to kind of assemble them. 32, okay. Councillor Rodriguez?
Number 8, please.
Number 8.
And 25. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Salen?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Number 43.
Councillor James? Councillor James?
Number 10.
Colleagues, anything else on the existing list? Councillor Verbanovich?
Number 18, please.
Thanks. Councillor Hunik?
Sorry, I'm just having trouble telling the number, like, what these things are. And so if someone could, like, read out the title as well as the number, that would help me to see what's being covered.
Yeah. It's almost 10:30, so we'll go through the list. We're gonna get colleagues to toss their numbers out now, and then we're gonna take 5 minutes, and then we're gonna have clerk staff just assemble things. They'll help provide a list to you, Councillor Hunik. But I think, we'll get the councillor when they ask the question, just to kind of summarize what the actual question was, and then we can have staff provide further clarification. So, Councillor Gowing.
Question 13.
Okay. Yeah, we did get Councillor Verbanovich. Yep. You have another one too, Councillor Verbanovich? 20? 30?
Sorry, no. 34, please.
Okay. And then if there are others with new questions, we'll provide those at the end of these responses. So it's 10:22. Let's take 5 minutes. And we'll put that list back up. Clerk's office will be able to assemble kind of responses with staff. We'll get into it. And then new questions, if there are some, can be at the very end. So close to 10:30, we'll resume. Colleagues, what we're going to do is we've got the list of questions that need further clarification of staff. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with, for instance, Councillor Hunick has got a question on she's got a question from number 7. We'll just get Councillor Hunick, if you want, to summarize kind of the question, or I guess the lack of clarification you have around question 7 of staff. If there are others that have a similar or want expanded answer on her question, we'll ask you to quickly chime in. If not, we're going to move on to the next one and go through that order. So let's try it out with Councillor Hunick first to kind of summarize the question you had of staff, and we'll try that out.
So my transit-related questions were around the safety and accessibility plan for the LRT and what's going on with specific locations where there's particular dangers. And then also, in terms of the taxi script allotment or taxi coupon allotment, did we look into how much revenue we would save if we went back to the original amount? And then I had, I wanted to know how the $300 and something thousand for the taxi script program was arrived at.
Yeah. Through your chair. So, Councillor, I don't have a reference number on the LRT crossings. I'm fine to answer that today. I think if we do that in new questions. In terms of the taxi coupons, so the first question is about the ability to reduce the number of books that customers can buy from 30 books to 24 books.
It wouldn't really be a reduction because that's historically what it has been. But
yeah,
yes.
we had bumped that up, agree. And so what we're seeing is we're not seeing a high number of customers actually buying above the 24. So I know your hope was to offset the $10 increase by the reducing number of books. It's just not a comparable number because we don't have that many people buying the full allotment.
So the 30 just looks good.
Well, we had made that change for a reason, yes. But customer response hasn't been to buy up to the full 30. Your second question about the expected impact. So that's the total sales of the taxi coupon book. So we would have looked at historical sales, 24, 25, and then as noted, we've added 10% from 2024 to arrive at that number of 325.
Thank you. Could you also speak to the LRT safety initiatives that we were discussing?
Chair, this isn't in reference to a question. Do you want me to wait for new questions or you want me to just answer it now?
It's number 27, I thought.
Oh,
do we?
Let's make sure.
It is.
Yeah. Let's make sure I get the right reference.
I just figured it was the same commissioner, so.
So you are. Okay. Number 28. Let's answer that one as well. So, councillors, you've rightly noted we have some spots in the network where we're still working on, improving the crossings. We've got actually a crossings program underway. As you know, GRAC had done a full system review for us of both crossings, stations, and track. We've got that work. We've got a federal funding application in development to gather some additional money. Look, the challenge here is rail infrastructure often embedded in the ground where we're working through these sections, so infrastructure changes are challenging. And also, most of the signaling systems are hard-coded. And so it's not just simply getting a signal tech out there to update the software that exists on the hardware. Sometimes it's actually replacing the hardware. So I know you and I have spoken about some of the challenges for those with an accessibility requirement related to vision and making sure that we're able to delineate between the vertical white stripe that tells the train to go and the walking person that tells us to go, and making sure that those are clearly delineated. So I've put the challenge to the team as well as our operator maintainer Keolis. I don't have a budget number for you on what that will take, but we do have a crossings program and we are focused on it.
As soon as you get one, let myself and council know, please.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go over to Councilor Rodriguez. He's got a couple questions. If you want to just state the number and maybe a quick summary of the question, ask of staff the clarification, and we'll carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I missed my own numbering. That's so good. Great. Let's start with 25 then. Evictions prevention. I guess I just want to clarify with staff. And so right now it looks like we're spending about 2.25 on eviction prevention efforts. Hypothetically, some nominal increase to that effort. Could you just confirm that that would be something that we used by the community, would directly support the goals of the plan to end chronic homelessness, and be something that would make a meaningful step towards what we've committed to do?
I think yes is a complete sentence. But to provide a bit more clarity, thank you for the question. We do know that supporting people who are precariously housed is an incredibly important element of the work that we do and very consistent with the plan to end chronic homelessness. We've allocated that resource accordingly, competing against a number of other sort of tensions in the housing and homelessness budget. So certainly any new investments in this work would be welcome and put to very good use.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I'll move on to number 8 on transit. So just a couple questions, and totally understand if staff need to take these away, but would you be able to provide a sense of ridership trends on some of the routes in Waterloo that are proposed for service reductions and service changes? And then could you just comment a bit on, so there's some costing provided for some of the route improvements in the response, but could you just clarify what, hypothetically, if those things were to start in September of 2026, would it hypothetically be a third of what's shown there, hypothetically? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Yes, Councillor, thank you for the question. So I will start on ridership trends on the routes that are proposed for reductions. I'm just going to glance up quickly at my team, and I'll let them know that I'm going to ask for some support on if those numbers are annualized in our response or if they're prorated. And if they're annualized, then your point would be well taken. Okay, let's talk about ridership trends on the routes that are proposed for reductions. Again, the first one, the 110 College Express, you'll recall that we had done a massive increase on that one in September of 23, and that was to effectively move large volumes of people out of the college over to the ION line. So your ridership and actuals in September of 24 was 2,850 daily. And that's down to 1,215 now, so that's a 57% reduction. And remembering when we talk about the 110, the 10 is still a replacement route. In terms of the other routes that are proposed for reduction, so remembering that these are linked routes in terms of how we run the service. So the 19 Hazel year over year is down 17%. The 13 Laurelwood is just a change of 1%, but again, those two are linked in how we provide the service. In terms of the 9 Lakeshore, that is down 11% year over year, and the Ring Road is at the same number, so that hasn't changed, but again, those are interlined routes. And I'll just stop and make sure in terms of the service proposals, as I glance up, the numbers for Highway Express at 2 million prorated or annualized? Annualized. So yeah, Councillor Rodriguez, that number you would look at, introduced in September, we would run it for 5 months. So you'd effectively divide 2 million by 12 and multiply by 5. I can do that for you quickly, but happy to provide those in follow-up. But yes, those are annualized numbers there for Highway, for Route 7, and for Route 8 and 12.
Thank you, Commissioner Spooner. That's really helpful. Mr. Chair, I have one question that wasn't flagged earlier. Could I ask that now, or do you want me? Okay, great. This is one question on the downtown Sandy Can collection. I forget which question that is. It's just so I think it's a $120,000 a year. Pardon me? 15, great, thank you. I think it's $120,000 annually for that program. Could staff just confirm roughly what that would reflect in terms of a levy impact as a percentage point? If you need to take that away and get back to us, totally fine.
Through you, Chair, for $120,000, it would be a very small percentage point, 0.01%, would be the answer there.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Councillor James, you've got question number 10 at least.
Yes, question 10, again, related to the ride share. I thank you to staff for putting this together. I will be putting forward a motion regarding the accessible fee, that an additional 5 cents. So I've already stated that. I do have a question though. You said that potentially it could generate a revenue of $248,000, assuming the ridership is maintained. Now, I'm going to suggest something. I need staff to see if this is possible. I know that there is, I think it's $65,000 for the increase of that taxi script from $30 to $40. Would it be possible with this to allocate for one time to take $65,000 to allocate so that it offsets any increase, so that there isn't any increase? Is that a possibility? Just being mindful of that cost increase is going to impact residents. If we can use some of that projected revenue and just allocate that for this budget year.
Through the chair, to Councillor James, that is absolutely something you could put forward in a motion. You are correct in quoting your numbers as well. If we went to a 30-cent rate for the ride share, we would be generating $248,000 more than already in the budget. So that's, if you add that to the 335 from the increased number of rides, that's $583,000 total more than the preliminary budget in revenue.
Okay, thank you. So just for council's awareness, I will be suggesting this as the motion coming forward for consideration. And then I guess the other thing to point out too, and I know you have added kind of that disclaimer about the London situation. You know, I want to be mindful that, you know, the current rideshare specific to Uber and Lyft do not provide accessible transportation opportunities in this region. They do in some, but they don't here. And I think that, you know, if we are to provide services for all members of the community, there is justification to say, here's an additional 5 cents more, because they do not provide this service. So they are not meeting the needs of essentially, you know, 700,000 residents in this region. So just want to point that out as we focus on how we are growing with care for everybody here. So that's all for item 10 for me. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to move on to Councillor Gowing now has got clarification on question 13 and at least G61, I think it's.
Yes, that's correct. So 13 talks about wrapping buses/trains. This kicked me out again. Basically, what my question was is more around, is there other options? I know I don't want to be the bus or the train wrap guy because I am getting emails about it. It was more along the lines of, is there any other opportunities for revenue generation through marketing on whether that be digital signs in the trains? We're not blocking windows, but I just wanted to be clear that it was all aspects of marketing, not just wrapping of the train and buses.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Gowing, for the question. So look, this is done through a contract with Pattison Outdoor Advertising, and so the structure of it is pretty critical. Through that program, we get $1.74 million annually in guaranteed revenue, and then for anything that kind of outperforms our base, which is effectively number of eyes on each of the signs, we'll get residual payments. We don't have any residual payments this year, and so adding additional assets into the current contract, such as digital or train, actually won't make a difference. We don't renegotiate that contract until 2029, which would be the point when we would add new assets. So effectively, we could add new assets in today and still not meet those the residual overperformance payments. So I wouldn't recommend doing that at this time. Thank you.
And follow up to that, is there, I know that this contract, but there is, from what I understand, other contractors out there that we could look at signing contracts with. Have we explored adding an additional company that would be able to do and facilitate that?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yeah, great question. So there's effectively two players in the advertising market in Ontario. We could explore having a look. I don't think we've got anything. I don't know where the exclusivity ends, if it ends at anything transit. Happy to take a look at that and see if there's something we could do quickly. I know our team's been looking on the transportation side at some roadside opportunities, so happy to have a quick look and see if there's anything there, Councillor Gowing.
Thank you. And again, I just want to reiterate, it's looking at revenue generation for us through advertising. And again, I'm not talking about wrapping the trains. So, and I got kicked out again. My next question is for number 61, and bear with me when I get back to that question. There we go. Just looking at the, I was exploring, and I'm piggybacking off of Councillor Vervanovic. I don't want to take all the credit for this, but exploring a municipal housing corporation to potentially profile our debt and how our region reacts when it comes to building houses. Just wondering if, Commissioner Sweeney, if there's been any, I know I wasn't looking at this until the new year, but I'm just wondering if you can give me any preliminary information.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Gowing. Yeah, so we put it in this section to be clear that, pursuing some sort of governance structural review in terms of how we hold our housing assets would take some time and some effort and perhaps even some external expertise. I would say that when we get to that point, our staff preference would be that we get some direction to look at a host of alternatives as opposed to predetermining a housing corp that you might see in Toronto or Calgary, for example. There may be some really good and valid reasons why that might be something that we would come back to council with, but there might be some other alternatives as well, and we just make sure that we have the time and the resources to bring back a really fulsome response to that. So if that's something we want to do, then yeah, as we've indicated here, that would require some direction from all of council and some time to be able to do that well.
Thanks, and I will work with you and your staff to come up with something on that. And I don't want to pigeonhole anything when it comes to this, but for context of it, I'm looking at how we can restructure things so that the region does not continue to go into debt, and we can look at something else that we can look at for housing and make sure that we can come up with not having to look at whether we're paying for this and opposed to that. So that's kind of where my thinking was with this. So glad to work with you on that one. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Gowling, you're good there. We'll move on to Councillor Nowak. Councillor Nowak, I believe, has, starting with 16, some clarification. Councillor Nowak, go ahead. 16.
Caught me by surprise. I was waiting to be at the very end of this discussion, but anyway.
No, I'm happy to see you at the top of the list there, Councillor
Yes, Nowak. So when the staff had proposed some reductions in the servicing to, save some, to get us down to 5%, with the large item pickup, they had suggested that if we went down to monthly as opposed to bi-monthly, or like twice a month, that there'd be a $500,000 savings. So in my sort of probably overly simplified calculation, if we went down to quarterly, would we not save between another $300,000 and $300,000? Now, the question I have is, and according to the report here, it suggested that that wouldn't work with the contractor that's doing the work. So the question I have is that contract already signed? Is that contract already in place?
Gonna have to go ahead,
Thank you, through the chair. So my understanding is that the contract is currently in place. And I think what the team has looked at is that there are some fairly like static standard costs to the delivery of the service, which going down any further aren't going to reduce any of those costs any further. So I think that they're suggesting that moving to monthly will give us the most savings, but going any further than that probably won't materialize in any significant increase in savings.
So it probably won't, but may.
I'll look in the audience, but I think if they could squeeze any more savings out of this, they would bring that forward to you. So.
Through the chair, to answer the question, when we explained the reduction from going from biweekly to monthly, we were able to kind of rejig the configuration of the households receiving the service and spreading out the amount of bulky items that would be placed. However, if we were to reduce the service further to, let's say, 2 times a year or 4 times a year, we're basically squishing all of that waste into that condensed time period. Therefore, it would actually cost almost the same amount of fleet and staff and fuel costs as if we were to spread it out. So we're almost adding more pressure to that program when we reduce the amount to less events a year.
Well, okay, it's just that I noticed that there's only about 12% uptake on the program.
So through the chair, that was when we conducted audits at certain periods of the year. We don't do year-round audits on the bulky item program, but we do realize that residents do utilize that program throughout the year, whereas if we again condensed it to specific times of the year, there would be greater participation.
Okay, that's what I need to know for now. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor McCabe, do you have a follow-up on that? Go ahead.
Just that we would want to watch for, I was talking to my CAO, I don't know whether you do it at the end of the month or the first day of the month, but that's when garbage gets dumped on the roadsides, when people are moving. And that's a big uptake there. So my CAO said, make sure that they figure out, I don't know whether you do it the last of the month or the first of the month, but make sure you're there to get all those people that are moving and all their garbage. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Gowan.
Thanks, Chair. This one confuses me a little bit when I'm looking at it. I'm wondering if we could find out what it costs per household on this, because if somebody has a bulky item, I believe to go to the city landfill, it's $10. I'm just looking around to somebody that can shake their head yes or no, whatever that is. $12 right now. So I'm just wondering if it makes sense to even have this program as much as we do, when I think it would just, not everybody's benefiting from it, is what I'm trying to get to. So I don't disagree that we need something, but I don't think we need it every other week or even once a month. I totally understand the township side of it, but I think there's something else that we can do.
Well, I think, we're not out of runway yet on that, Councillor Gowing. I mean, we have till the 10th, and you obviously have an opportunity to put forward a motion for council to deliberate on that would remove something as well. Perhaps working with staff offline to see about the actual feasibility, because we're talking contractual type stuff, if that would be even possible and what the potential implications would be. But, it's one, this item was one that I definitely appreciated staff bringing to our attention initially. It was going to have a much bigger savings, and there's such low utilization, I think, in general for it. I mean, I know I don't use it. I will put my own things in a truck and take it away if I need to. So I would maybe leave you with that option to table something prior to the 10th, and then work with staff to see what they proposed, if there's an additional savings, if you go even further, and then let have our colleagues entertain that. Councillor Shantz, do you want to talk about this one too? Go ahead.
I do, thank you. And anyone who was here 10 years ago will appreciate this comment. If we're going to go less than once a month, reopen our transfer stations, because that was the main argument for closing our transfer stations, was that everyone across the region was getting large item pickup. So make sure that gets in the mix.
Yeah, great context, Councillor Shantz. Thank you for that. There seems to be a real interest here on our the waste files. So, Councillor Hewinik, you want to chime in too?
Yes, I don't know if my recollection is correct, but I thought that the last time we spoke about garbage, it was noted that canceling large waste would be difficult for some residents and would not actually save us a lot of money on the contract. I could be wrong about that, but I thought that's what staff clarified the last time this subject came up.
Thanks, and through the chair, I think what staff have put forward is that reducing it would result in cost savings. Reducing it further may not realize further cost savings.
Thank you for that clarity.
Councillor Foxton on this one?
Yes, sir. So if you did reduce it further or dropped it entirely and you don't open our waste stations, then will you compensate us for our staff spending the time going throughout the, because you know what? The garbage that's put out there isn't just from the townships. People that are moving come and dump it from the cities, come and dump it in our townships because it's the easiest ways to hide it without being caught. And so my staff are doing it. So if we change it, will you compensate my staff and the time it takes for them to pick it all up and take it to the transit, to the dump?
Sounds like we may have another interesting discussion, debate on budget day on this one. Councillor McCabe on this one? No? Okay. We're going to get to you. We're going to get to you, though. It's all good. Okay. Thank you for that conversation. Councillor Nowak, I believe, started. So over to Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And so just going back to number 18, this is the item around the Canada Community Building Fund. It talks about projected numbers for 2025. So this is on page 55 of 81, of being 19.229 million. Just wondering why they're projected, because we would know by now sort of what the actual number is in terms of the transfer from the feds through AMO to us, I would think.
Through the chair, there is payments expected in December, so we've estimated our best.
Oh, okay.
So there's still
that's
just
what you mean.
claims
Like
to
it's,
come. Yeah,
okay,
it's,
gotcha.
Yeah, the best knowledge we have at the time.
Okay. Yeah, because it's based on a certain number at the beginning of the year, and it basically just kind of continues through. Well, I guess it technically starts, I think, in April because it goes with the federal fiscal year.
Yeah, through the chair, technically we, based on the project, we do a claim form either monthly, quarterly, or annually, depending on the size of the project. So it's as the money comes in, we know what we're supposed to get. It just depends on how we spend it, depending on how fast we get the reimbursement.
But yeah, but CCBF is automatic. Like there's a certain allocation that we get as a municipality. In our case, 50% goes to the region, 50% goes to the area municipalities based on population. So it's not project based. I mean, we have to account for the money ultimately, but it's actually based on the allocation that's been calculated for us. Correct?
Yeah, through the chair and to Councillor Ivanovic, I think I was talking more about our use of the money, and why the projected is at the top of the table is because we do have the expenses listed there, and we're just not at the end of the year. So just to be clear, the number at the top, the payments per agreement, that is the agreed upon number. That's what we will get for 2025. But the expenses and the carryover noted at the bottom, that's still just dependent on the November, December activity.
Okay, and for 2026, and do we have a sense of what that new number will be?
communication on that yet? Through the chair, just confirming in the audience there, we haven't had any confirmed confirmation about that number yet.
Okay, but it won't go down. It'll it'll go up.
That's our hope.
Yeah.
I can get you the number that's actually in the 26 prelim just in a minute here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just bear with me a second. I had indicated 30, but I'm going to skip that. Then I have a number of other questions, Mr. Chair, but I'll wait those until you're finished going through this way.
Well, you can go on to your next one if you want to.
Okay, if I can.
Yeah, we're just kind of.
Yeah, I'll ask a couple of them now and then queue in again. The vehicle replacement reserve. I'm wondering if staff can talk to us a little bit about how we do it. Like, is it an automatic, this type of vehicle automatically gets replaced at 7 years, 9 years, whatever the case is? Or is there a different process that is looked at? And I guess I'd like to know what those standards are to see if we could potentially get some additional time out of existing vehicles as a way of saving some capital dollars.
So through the chair, this was an item that was discussed through budget. We looked at the different vehicle standards and lengths. So for example, I think it's paramedics are 14 years, 6. Buses are 14. There we go. I always get you guys confused. And what we're actually recommending in the budget this year is that we stick to those assumed dates. So what we're seeing now is that those policies aren't being followed consistently today. And what we're seeing is increased maintenance costs on those vehicles past the date. So sorry, I'm getting messages as I'm answering here. So the recommendation that's in the budget around fleet and vehicle policy is based on looking at our maintenance records. When is the best, most optimal time financially, life cycle wise, to replace our vehicles? So that is what we're following in this budget process, is looking at all our vehicles. When they come online, we start saving to make sure that we're ready to replace them, same kind, at that policy date, and that policy date has been set aligned with levels of service to make sure that we are maximizing from a financial point of view our fleet.
Okay, can we actually get a list of the different types of vehicles we have and what those standards are so that council is aware of them? From the different areas of the organization. And I guess one of the questions I would have, I know some organizations sort of have guidelines in this regard, but then also actually have a fleet replacement review committee that actually goes through, and before any purchase is authorized, it's not automatic because it says 6 years or 8 years, but actually looks to see can they get another year or two out of a particular vehicle in order to save dollars. Do we have something like that here at the region?
I'm inviting down, through you, Chair, inviting down the Director of Fleet and Facilities, Aaron Moss, to help shed some light on this topic.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, yes, we do have that at the region. We look at all vehicles. We don't, and they go through a process of their condition, mileage, known issues with them, how many repairs they've had on them, and then compile that each year on which ones get pushed up from the overall list. So it's not just a generic, we need 50 vehicles replaced. It's very methodical of how we do it.
Okay. Thanks for that information. I still would like to see sort of what those standards are, so that list can be provided to council, because there may be an opportunity for some motions there. Similarly, I'm wondering if we can talk a little bit about how we handle the IT reserve. There would be IT bill backs to departments and so on. What's our replacement cycle there? Is there an opportunity for us potentially to, extend things a little bit in order to find some savings? And I know nobody likes this stuff, so I'm just looking at possibilities because, we need to try to get this budget down.
Through the chair, I'm going to have Terry Yancey come down. It's something we definitely have been analyzing, but I'll let Terry give you an update.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. We actually, in a post-COVID world, out of necessity and capacity, have already extended our device lifespans. So I think we put laptops up to, I think, almost 5 years. What we're seeing because of that decision is some higher maintenance costs and some slower response times. On our back office equipment, we, for all intents and purposes, run a run to strategy failure. As long as it's supported by the vendor from a security and an update perspective, we'll run storage, servers, networking equipment 7, 9, 10 years or more. So there's right now very little opportunity in that because most of our devices are almost run to failure. The laptops especially have been a challenge for us, and we're doing some refresh now and catching up from a COVID era, replacing devices that are 5 or 6 years old.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. The last question I'll ask for now, and then I'll cue back in. In the waste management area, and it seems to be a popular one today, there is over $40 million set aside for new cells, which I presume is preparation to add new capacity at the Waterloo Waste Management Facility. Wondering if somebody can speak to that and the timeliness of it, and quite frankly, is it something that could be pushed out, or the modeling changed a little bit in order to get some capital back this year, and then additional, it could then be adjusted over the next 9 years.
So through the chair, I might start and then might need to ask Olivia to come and help. But so we are currently doing our long-term waste management strategy, and I know that we recently updated the life of the current landfill, which is looking at about 20 years now. So I might look to Olivia to talk about the risk of kind of pushing that out any further.
Through the chair, just to adjust the number, we're actually looking at a lifespan of 18 to 20 years. So it is important for us to continue this work to work on our next cell, because we want to ensure that all the waste that we're collecting from residents and in the community has somewhere to go. We want to make sure that we're planning ahead for the future. So at this time, I would not recommend delaying that capital work as it's very crucial for our community.
Okay, but if we how long will that capital work take, and can we make some adjustments to it if you're saying we have 18 to 20 years capacity? Because it looks like that work is being done over the next 4 or 5 years.
So through the chair, that's for the overall landfill. However, that next cell is for our next year or so. We're getting ready for maybe 2 years or so materials. So for example, we recently just opened a cell at Waterloo landfill last year, and we're already starting to fill it up. So we want to make sure that we don't have any gaps in periods where we have nowhere to put the material. So although I said 18 years, that's for the overall site. That specific cell is for the near future.
Okay, can we get a little bit more information about these cells and how they operate and how that relates to the 18 to 20 years that you're talking about?
Sure.
And what those asks may be over that next while to get us there?
Sure.
Okay, I'll cue in again.
I think
Thank
Nicole wants to also generate a response on that one.
No, just before you move to the next person, Chair, I did get some information on the CCBF for you, Councillor Ivanovic. I just wanted to share before we move to the next discussion. So on the CCBF, in our 2026 preliminary plan, we have left our allocation flat year over year. That is the current government guidance, is that they will not be updating that until after the 2026 census information is released. So we have aligned with the guidance provided by the Government of Ontario, just to keep it flat.
Councillor Hunick on the same matter?
No, this would be a new one.
It's a new one.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll have to, Councillor Liggett on this matter? Or any of the two that Barry?
On one of the ones that Councillor Urbanovic.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when it comes to the replacement of our IT replacement, when that comes back to us, I'd like to have in consideration what happens to our cybersecurity and what happens to our insurance on that, because at the city, we just dealt with that in our budget, and our head of our IT came back and said that the rotation of those computers, laptops, would be affected if we did not keep up with what we were doing as far as cybersecurity and the insurance eligibility if we do not. So if that could be part of that, thank you.
Councillor Foxton?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to pick everybody's brain, and I think a number of you on council, when we we closed the landfills and we started the pickup. And so at that time, I thought we had 10 to 15 years in the landfill. So we've actually gone up to 18 to 20 years in the landfill on the existing program that we have. So I'm leaning towards Councillor Buvanovic's and justification for opening 40 new cells when we're already succeeding a great deal in this practice. And we have to be very careful we're doing the right things for the right reasons. Thank you.
So much.
Okay, Councillor Wolf on item 32.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm concerned about how much we are spending on security. $10.5 million, and that's third-party security. So I asked about bringing it in-house, and apparently it's more expensive to bring it in-house. Though I think if we had it in-house, some security could do dual roles, not just security. Whereas if we're doing third-party security, we can only ask that security person to be the security officer, not do anything else. But at 10.5 million, I think we should be looking at, do we actually need this level of security? We're increasing our police budget, and we're also by, I think, 55 staff. So 28 officers plus the civilians that go with them. So I don't think it would be too much to ask if we had increased police security in certain areas when we think we would need it. For instance, today I think we have security right now, and I'm not sure we've needed it. And the police really are a call away. So I would like us to maybe look at reducing that 10.5 million, even by 200,000, and seeing where we can reduce. Do we need 24/7 security at all our facilities all the time? You know, where do we actually need it? I just think it's a lot of money, and maybe not something that we actually need if we have a responsive police force. Thank you. And I guess my question is there room to reduce that? I noticed that you're having a report in 2026 with fulsome review, but maybe part of that fulsome review is you reduce it by 200,000.
So through the chair, so yeah, we are doing that review in 26. The contract with the current vendor it comes up in 2026, so it can be part of that. So, but more, I think what you're referring to is service level, and asking us to just reevaluate the service levels to make that adjustment. Okay.
Councillor Hunick on this same matter?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would suggest to my colleagues that the reason that we don't think that we need security is because security services are here and they're seamless.
Good point. Okay. Councillor Salonen?
Thank you. And Chair, because I did not organize my notes off of numbers, can you remind me what?
I got 43 for you.
43. Perfect. Thank you. All righty. Yes, so my question on 43, which is about professional development training initiatives, mandatory and discretionary, I'm just curious if that one, as well as there was one other answer on the budget of the comms department going to conferences, but I'm curious if those are supposed to be answers to my question from last week about providing information and cost on council members going to conference and council training. And that's what the email that we got summarizing everything was, and it said it was going to be December 3rd. I was just trying to figure out if that's what that question was supposed to be answering and missed what my intent was.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Through the chair to Councillor Sullivan, thanks for the question. So it's actually two separate questions or different questions. The ones answered in the report were from Councillor Gowing. So your answer is in the same report. Appendix B has the policy for council training and conference travel that we are following in our budget. So.
No, that's fine. I just missed that it was Councillor Gowing had asked that part, so I didn't know its relationship to B. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. We're going to go backwards to number 24, just to confuse people. That's looking at including a Elmira bypass in the 10-year projection. And just a heads up to council that I'll be working on some motions to bring to the next meetings about the bypass, the Arthur Street redevelopment, and also the road from Waterloo to Elmira. And I know I've spoke on this before, but the community is as anyone who was at the public meetings knows, very passionate about all of these projects, and so I'll be working on motions for that. I know the answer says that we can't put it in the 10-year capital plan until we get to the end goal, but that end goal was supposed to happen a couple of years ago. So anyway, that's a heads up for council. And I do have another question on 29, and that's, I keep losing my list here. It's around airport taxes, and I've never really been able to get a clear answer on this. How are the airport lands taxed, and you can bring this back to me later if you want, Rod, but how are the airport lands taxed to the municipality? Because I know that the actual airport is federal and there's like no DCs, for example, but in terms of property taxes, like are we totally left out of the loop in that, or do we get something?
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. Yeah, certainly all tenants, including the region of Waterloo, pay taxes at the property taxes at the airport. And I think the area that's probably not taxed would be the vacant land left for runway operations and that sort of thing. But the region bills our tenants for property taxes.
So just paid at the regular rate for whatever happens to be on that particular property.
Yeah, that's right, at the assessed rate, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to the new questions now, or folks that are, yeah, no, so I've got Councillor McCabe, Councillor Hunick, Councillor Rodriguez, and then they'll put them on here, and then if you can cue in if there's any net new questions, then we'll go through that way. So again, Councillor McCabe, Councillor Hunick, Councillor Rodriguez, and then we'll go in. You can start using your e-scribe to ask to speak. Councillor McCabe, it's now your turn.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go back to the questions that Councillor Rodriguez had asked about the routes that are proposed to be reduced. And I'll start with the comment that, I mean, I would suspect that the reductions were not a surprise because we the drop in ridership, I mean, was not a surprise because we already reduced those routes last year, correct? Like the 9 and the 13 in particular.
Through you, Chair, I don't believe we did reduce those last year, no.
I thought we took it from I thought we had taken it from a 30 to a 15 to a 30. Anyway, my question though is about if we kept the peak service at 15 minutes during peak service. I don't know if you can ballpark off the top of your head what that would be, or if you could get back to us with what that would cost. Reduce it for, you know, outside of peak service, but keep the peak service from 15 minutes.
Through you, Chair, I cannot do that off the top of my head. I'm happy to do it as a follow-up item.
I can't either. That's totally fine. But I would like to know, you know, by next week when we come back, because, you know, my concern, of course, is that, you know, if we do reduce, anytime we reduce transit service, you know, it becomes that spiral, right? And in this area of North Waterloo, I mean, you know what, I don't have to sell people on it right now, but I would just like to know what that potential adjustment in the reduction would be. Thank you.
Chair, may I just ask a point of clarity, please? Councillor McCabe, that is for routes 13, 19, 9, and 30. Yes, those, okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. My question is not numbered. I don't know where it would fit, but with respect to the budget drivers at the end of the package that we received today, there was a reference to renting parking spaces. I wanted to know how much are we renting them for and why is that needed? And where are they?
Through the chair to Councillor Hunick, you're saying that you found in the report that there's paid parking spaces?
I think it said parking space rental.
So the parking that we rent is at the airport. We have some commercial leases there, so maybe I'll turn to Commissioner Regier to comment on that.
Are you sure that's, well, okay, sorry. Go.
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. I'm not, is it the parking at the airport that you're interested in specifically?
No, not, well, I'm just interested, I never thought of renting parking spaces as a budget driver. So that was the confusion for me.
Well, we think about it all the time.
Do you mean driving revenue or driving taxes?
Driving revenue.
Oh, that's okay, because that's not the way I read it. Maybe
Okay.
I will review this with you offline. Thank you.
Sure, but we do charge for parking at the airport. The value lot, for example, is a $15 per day minimum fee. And that helps to fund our shuttle services and the cost of the development of the property and that sort of thing. And right now, over the winter time, we've got a fair amount of parking leased out to the private sector.
I already knew about the parking at the airport, but I didn't think that was in reference to the budget driver. So thank you, and I will clarify.
Okay,
with you
thanks.
Soon.
Yeah, Councillor Hunick, we can take that offline
Okay.
as well. Happy to dig in and understand where you're looking.
Okay.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. Rod, you made a note there that prompted a question that I didn't have. Just on the parking at the airport, does that self-fund the shuttle service that's operated there? Is that do parking fees cover the full cost of the shuttle at the airport? Could you just clarify on that?
Well, it's a bit of a mixed story. It's certainly quite a bit in excess of the cost of the shuttle. The shuttle is an essential service to the parking operation, and I don't recall exactly what the revenue from parking last year was, and we can send an email to update that for you. However, the biggest chunk of the biggest cost associated with the parking is actually the cost of developing the site, and so that's currently being paid out of the parking revenues. which is quite a bit in excess of the shuttle service.
That's great, thanks.
Yeah.
To my other questions, so with respect to, I forget if there's a question response to it, but it's with respect to the request for new FTEs for transit security on buses. I think this came up a couple weeks ago, but I think one of the benefits or one of the, I guess, side benefits of the security is perhaps, setting the stage for all-door boarding as something that we could do to, speed up travel times and increase the capacity in our routes. But staff can clarify, but does that come in, is that really only beneficial once we have, longer articulated buses, or is that something that could be explored? Should the security go ahead, is there an opportunity to explore all-door boarding, even in some type of pilot or scoped way? I just have concerns with this budget ask as a security ask only, but if there are other benefits to the network that we could see, I might be able to get there, but I'd like to understand if we could see some of those operational benefits in addition to the perhaps the security side of things. Thanks.
Through you, Chair, yes. So, Council, you'll be reminded we have made a request in the GRT budget for 1 inspector and 6 contract security folks to support the bus network. And just a quick reminder, on the rail network, those folks spend about 25% of their time doing customer service activities, wayfinding, and support. So there is a dual role there. Councillor, in terms of all-door boarding, let's just talk about that for a second. So boarding a bus today on a GRT service, you come through the front door, you tap at the front door, and then obviously you find your seat or your standing location. All-door boarding effectively means you can come into the bus at any point. And a reminder, Council, when we talk about service, we talk about a bus costing $2 a minute. So any opportunity to save time is a good opportunity for us. So, Councillor, it is something we're exploring. There's an immediate infrastructure challenge, which is we have fare devices at the front of the bus. We do not have them at the back. However, with GRT Pay, folks don't need to tap anymore. There is an option to pay. So it is something we're looking at. We're trying to figure out when the right time is to move to all-door boarding. And this is a preliminary move that helps us get there, because obviously if you're coming through the back door, there is nobody validating your fare, and we would then validate during the trip. So you've hit one of the reasons for it right on. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, follow up on that is, so I think the 1 inspector and 6 contract, would it still be a valuable service if perhaps I was to say 3 inspector or 3 contract staff?
Through you, Chair. So they do work in pairs. So the 6 is a relatively small number that gets us started into the network. You could propose any number in pairs, and it would just reduce the amount of coverage we're able to provide across the network. We feel 6 gives us coverage across the whole day. If we went to a number lower than that, we would be either just focused on peak periods, or we'd have to figure out by time of day how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Urbanovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have a number of additional questions. The Conestoga College Terminal has seen its capital dollars go up from $2 million in 26 to $7 million, and then continued on in 2027. We know that the loads are considerably less there. In fact, we're looking at reducing some of the service out into that area. Can the work on that terminal be delayed temporarily? I mean, I'm always loath to look at these issues, but again, I think we need to be open to making some adjustments in order to get this budget under control.
Through you, Chair, yes. So, Councillor Urbanovich, my first part of my answer is that is planned to be our operating terminal for Southwest Kitchener. So appreciate it exists on the Conestoga lands, but it is the enabling for access down into Southwest Kitchener, and we do, think of it as a community terminal. In terms of delay, I'm happy to take that one away. I know we're in design. We've got land acquisition completed, so it may be pushing it down the road. I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to take it away and answer that question for you.
Yeah, I'm not looking, again, to be clear, to removing it. I'm simply looking at moving it down and maybe spreading it out a little bit. You said land acquisitions have been completed. I see there's another almost 4 million for miscellaneous property acquisitions that have been added this year. Is that something that can be spread out over a number of years in order to help bring down the burden.
Through your chair, sorry, Councillor, we were trying to figure out that number. I don't have the detail on that number right now. So we do have a site at the college identified. In terms of what is in that miscellaneous bucket, I'll have to take that one away. Again, happy to do that.
Okay, if you can, because that's, again, stuff that may shape some of the motions coming forward on that we need to submit by the 10th. I see there's 4.4 million that have been put in for transit technology modernization, and then a number of additional dollars in 27, 28, 29, and 30. What's that involving? Is that something that can be spread out a little more, have some additional opportunity there?
So there's a number of things in transit technology. Council has approved a work on the Mobility Plus modernization, so that's happening now. We're in tender phase. We're also looking at payment technology. Our contract on that one with the EasyGo system is up in 29. So there's some preparatory pieces in there. We are right now upgrading our HASTA system, which is the system that manages how buses move throughout the network and how we track them throughout the day. But all of that to say, again, if the question is, could we delay or look at different options, happy to bring those back forward, and I can do that quickly, noting that you've put the December 10th as the date you'd like to have that information well before. So
thank you. Rolling stock, future vehicles. There's 40. Looks like 70 million. No, 10, 20, 30, 40, 60 million, sorry, that has been set aside for future vehicles, beginning with, well, actually, that's not beginning till 2027, but wondering, is that for additional vehicles, replacing existing ones? I'm gathering it's not phase 2, so wondering if you can speak to that, and how much of that is actually covered by federal and provincial money?
Yes, through you, Chair. So this is, and you've hit it on the head, Councillor Bravanovich. So this is money that we need to have in our budget. We need to be able to show, but we are seeking provincial and federal funding supports on this one. What this is in stage 1 as we move through, we're currently in a modified service plan 1. As we get towards service plan 7, which we'll move to slowly, we will have a need to increase the number of LRVs. What that will do is we'll start coupling trains. So, customers would have noticed today that when they board a train, it doesn't take up the whole platform. We've got additional space. So it is actually to add capacity and twin those trains together. But again, that is money that will only be spent if we have provincial and federal support. And in order to get that, we do need to show it in our budget.
Okay, gotcha. But it will be their money that'll pay for it? Correct. Okay, great. And then I noticed Victoria between King and Weber is in there for some road improvements. Part of that's actually in pretty good shape. Maybe there's some spots that need a little bit of work. But I'm also questioning whether that in 2026 makes sense if we know we're going to be starting construction in that area and so on, and it's only going to mess up the road. So would it not make sense to potentially, punt that down the road a little bit and then create some room as a result of that, at least in the near term?
Through your chair, yeah. So this is the project Victoria Street, King to Weber is the one that fronts onto the future Kitchener Central. So we've talked about this project. It was previously called the Victoria Street Realignment, and it's the enabling works. So that is actually slated to go first to get us the road condition to do the work that follows on the Kitchener Central Transit Hub. So the idea was to get it done in advance of any of the other works. So that one's planned, to break ground early in spring. So again, I could look at the phasing of that plan, but then we're going to be into Kitchener Central construction, effectively as soon as we can through to 2030. So we'd have to delay that significantly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just questioning it because, like, why would we do work if you're gonna have all sorts of construction vehicles and so on going on there, and it'll potentially damage the work that we're doing? So I think, you know, I'd actually appreciate if you could look at the timing of that. And yeah, I mean, I you know, as I look at suggestions, I figure part of what I need to do is also look at things in the community that I represent. So,
Councillor, I imagine part of that answer will be the underground utilities and some of that enabling works when I go and have a look. But again, I'll go ahead and have a look. Thank you.
okay, and then two last questions on gapping. Can staff remind me what our policy is on gapping in the organization? And also, what is our current, you know, rough turnover rate in the organization, percentage-wise? Like, how many people are we seeing leave, you know, annually? Like 8%, 9%, 5%? What are those two numbers?
So through you, Chair, I'll start with how gapping works in our budget today. So we budget for all of our FTEs at the top of their current grade and grid. So, you know, if they just got hired and they're in a step 2, we still budget them at a step 5. And then we take a gapping provision, we spread it across everything. Chris is just looking up the percentage here. We think it's 3. It's definitely 3%, but he's looking at how it's spread. And I think we've determined it's spread across the board. So 3% of the total compensation is put in as gapping because we budget at top of table. And what we've seen historically in our compensation differential from a dollar perspective is we're coming in pretty close on compensation overall with those gapping historically. So we didn't look at that for a change this year.
So to be clear, when I'm talking about gapping, it's not sort of that top of grid to bottom of grid variation, but it's when someone leaves the organization, what's our policy in terms of replacing them? You know, there's obviously a certain turnover. There's a certain amount of time it takes us to hire, probably 6 to 8 weeks for you know, a key position like a paramedic or something like that. And the gapping periods may be different in that role versus, let's say, an administrative role in the organization.
Yeah, so from a numbers perspective, we've done 3% even across the board. And like you're saying, that gapping accounts for from the top of the table to where they actually are, as well as the vacancy and the turnover. So that from a financial perspective is both in there. And like I said, we have been tracking pretty close on compensation historically, so that methodology is and has been working. When it comes to policy and vacancy turnover rate, I'll turn over to Commissioner Kafa.
Thank you, and through the chair. We currently don't have a policy that would require any sort of delay in replacing positions. I know leaders tend to post for the positions as it gets closer to the individual leaving. I know for this current year, as a result of the deficit position, there's been more of an intentional pause on certain positions that we can wait to fill, but to your point, we wouldn't pause on positions like paramedics and anything other that's crucial to service.
Okay, and the other part of my question in terms of what's our current turnover across the organization? I'm sure that's something that you track.
I do, and through the chair, I'm looking for it in the report from yesterday. I think for 2024 it was 10%.
Okay. So 10% of our staff turnover, and there's no specific gapping amount in here, but you adjust, I guess, the compensation amounts that are throughout the budget by the 3% that you talk about. I'm seeing a nod there from Mr. Wilson. Thank you. Okay, and then the last question, and I believe we've seen a report on this maybe a year or so ago, at least on the provincial portion of funding. But could we get a summary list of funding that we get from the provincial and federal government each year, you know, in terms of grants and announcements and so on? So, you know, whether it's RHI money or whether it's CCBF money and so on, just so that we actually have a picture of how many dollars our region's getting. I know I keep a running track of it municipally in our community. We may have something similar that can be shared with us.
Through the chair, we can do our best to pull something together. What it sounds like we'll have is the list of kind of what we've accounted for in our 2026 budget. But point of clarification, wanted to understand, do you want just the operating side? Would you like the capital side? Would you like both?
No, thinking more things that are application-based and so on, because things like, for example, ambulance, we know that there's a certain percentage that we get and it doesn't flow until year 2 and so on. Those are really more operating grants and they're kind of a consistent policy across the province. It's more the stuff that we apply for through through various mechanisms and then what we ultimately get. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I would just like to go back and visit the landfill site and the cells and the fact that when I first came to this horseshoe, this time, not the first time, I thought it was more like 20 or 25 years. And I would just point out, we've spent a lot of time around this horseshoe talking about the new blue box regime that has been mandated by the province and circular materials. And I guess I'd just like to hear from staff. I don't know that some of the assumptions that have got us where we are today may still hold true for the future. So I think we need to be prudent in our investment. And I'm wondering who could comment on that.
Thank you for the question and through the chair. So I think as Director Kwok mentioned, we are seeing about an 18 to 20 year lifespan of our current landfill. That was recently projected at 25 years. So we are seeing a very quick eating up of our landfill capacity, which is why the long-term waste management strategy is so important. As we've talked about here and through the motion yesterday at committee, we will be monitoring and continuing to monitor that, especially as we see the new recycling changes come into effect in March. And we'll certainly be back to council as part of that strategy and other updates on what the current capacity is looking like, and also what other things that we need to put in place to address this from a long-term lens.
Thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any, and this is to Mr. Acting Commissioner Spooner, do we have any idea of how many seniors are currently using GRT, and what would the cost of one free day a week for seniors over 65, or approximate cost?
Through your chair, yes. So, Councillor Wolf, we don't have a good way to gather this number. We don't have, as you know, seniors pass today. We had eliminated when we had moved to the income tested, the identification of that. So the architecture from the back end of our system is gone. So we're going to estimate that number for you based on general population and some insights from our operations group about the number of seniors, and provide that. I don't have that number in front of me yet. Thank you.
Okay. And I have another question, which is basically, I think, for the chair. I'm concerned about the number of motions we will be bringing on the 16th. Could you ask councillors now how many they think each of them will be bringing by the 10th? So if we know it's a very high number, we can make plans accordingly, because I want to be here at midnight again.
Well, I'll thanks for the question. It's a good question. I was just talking with the clerk, and they had indicated that we've in the past received high teens, low 20s. We have changed the budget days this year. what we're going to do is start on the 16th, and of course, we've got the 10th. We'll know everyone by the end of the 10th, and I think there'll be a dissemination of the motions to council there right afterwards to be able to give folks a good understanding of what's been brought forward. We're going to start on the 16th at 9 a.m. We have, the entire day, frankly, to deal with that, plus a carryover day on the 17th. With final ratification of the budget following either budget deliberations on the 16th or the 17th. So we punted council to the 17th to accommodate, should there be a bit of a marathon, but I feel good about where we're at up until here, and I know that there will be councillor-led motions, but
Could you not ask
straw poll if
right now? Like just people, well.
I think that there's the majority of council has indicated they're bringing a few, so you could anticipate maybe up to 30.
So 16 times 3?
Yeah. Either way. So you know what? I think that we've had a great opportunity to ask staff questions and clarity on the budget. We've seen the list of items that staff have prepared for us that gets us to under 5. We know what those are. There may be others that are coming that are net new, frankly. We'll have an opportunity to see those right after the 10th, but I think we're going to have to leave it to those councillors to bring forward their own motions for the 10th, and hope that we can have as good of a productive day on the 16th as we possibly can. And I know I play a bit of a role, and you do too. All of you do to get through these expeditiously. So.
I also, I know that last year we got into the position because we didn't do anything before the budget day.
Yeah.
Which is why I voted along with Chair Redmond in terms of not deferring that last motion. So if we know where we're going to be, it's going to, how long do we take? We take a long time on each motion, it seems, all right? So I think we use both days up. I think that if we know where we're going, anyway. So, but on the 10th, we should know where we're going on the 10th.
Correct. Yeah. By the end of day 10th. What's the expectation of us doing?
So 10th is the deadline.
Yep.
So we will not accept any motions
right.
notice after midnight. We will circulate them as soon as we can. Probably
Yeah. Yeah. So, and that's what it was a bit of a sidebar, but so council motions are due on the 10th up until 11:59 on the 10th technically. I think we'll allow staff on the 11th, potentially even the 12th, to disseminate them to council. Obviously, finance staff will need to review them, with any financial implications either way. So you can expect, those in your mailboxes shortly thereafter of receiving them, frankly. And then there could also be some that are brought forward on budget day. That's not excluding budget day motions. So they'll need the notice waived in order to do that, I'm hearing. So, I think what we'll do is just shoot for hopefully a productive day, so we will. And, I encourage folks to read those motions that councillors have. And if there are questions between the 11th or 12th and the 16th, to pick up the phone and speak to your colleague about their intentions of it if you have questions directly. I know staff will be here on the 16th, obviously, to answer those questions pertaining to those motions. So we'll do our best. But that's another budget year, right? So we'll learn from this year.
Okay, is there any way we can say that we won't go on the 16th past 9 o'clock at night?
I think that's probably fair to say that.
Procedure bylaw says 11 without a motion.
11 without a motion, so.
I know, and then we always go to midnight, so, and then we'll still go the next day, so.
Yeah.
I just think that we don't make great decisions after being at after 12 hours, 9 to 9.
Yeah.
I think the budget deserves the proper
respect and consideration.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to gauge everyone's ability, discussion, and where people are at. Like, we're not going to let it go to, you know, we'll do our best to get through it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
But maybe you've got a forewarning now to, you know,
Well,
maybe pack it in an extra half hour early in anticipation for a big week on the 16th. I don't know, so. Councillor Rodriguez, quick, and then I'm going to get back to our speakers list, because I do know that folks have some engagements here in the afternoon, so quick.
Just a question on what Councillor Wolf was inquiring about.
Sure.
My understanding was that by the 10th, the motions should be vetted by staff and finance. Can we assume that when we see the list on the 12th, hypothetically, that staff have seen them and we know, or not? Or is there still a period after the 12th of review that we will look for some information on the 16th?
I'll let our CFO, Mr. Steffler, answer that question, because some of them are due only on the 10th, and that would be the first time potentially that they'll have seen them, so.
Yeah, through the chair. So December 10th is the deadline for you to send them in to us. Probably a lot of them will be quick turnaround. It's just if there's any kind of detailed calculations or checking that we would need to do, that's what would hold us up. So we'll try our best to turn those around as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to add on, finance is available at council's disposal between now and the 10th. If you have questions and you'd like us to work through that in advance so that your motion can include the financial impact, we are available. Please reach out.
Yeah, just say again, you know, there's no holding back until the 10th. If you've got something fleshed out now that you want to submit or that you have not run by finance staff to get that financial impact, please, as Nicole said and Wayne, to utilize them between now and the 10th to have a good productive conversation. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I just have two questions. One, I don't know if this is, it's regarding our lovely taxi script. I just need confirmation. We received some communication regarding the elimination of courier and Canada Post delivery for taxi scripts. I just want to confirm if that is accurate in the budget. I don't recall seeing it, but I may have missed it. And then what are the cost savings that we're talking about here in removing this courier services again?
Through you, Chair, yes. So, Councillor, good question. Two parts to the proposal around taxi coupons. So the first, which was presented to you in fees and charges, was to increase the cost of the $60 book from $30 to $40. That's the one we've been talking about. The second one in there was to change the delivery method from having it put through Canada Post or couriered to a pickup model. That was seen by my team, and I support it as an operational decision, so that wasn't put in front of council. But again, the cost to effectively reverse those two decisions put together is the $65,000. So both parts of that were included in that number.
Okay, thank you. I just want to caution here that, you know, with making that decision, there were barriers that are now implied for residents, and I've been hearing from residents, a few of us have received communication, and so again, just conscious of that on cost savings, but at the expense of what or who and the implications there. The other question I have, Acting Commissioner Spooner, is around the lovely Veterans Pass for widows and widowed. Do you have a cost analysis? And we've been back and forth on this road. I will continue to press it because I think that there was an inequity when we implemented this program. But do you have a cost for what that implication would be to add in as that goodwill gesture, as John Bernard said a few weeks ago at our public input, what that would be?
Through you, Chair. So there's kind of two approaches to this one, Councillor James. The first is to understand, as Councillor Wolf asked, the total number of seniors riding in the system. We've got some evidence of that. 5.5% of all of our affordable transit program clients are seniors, so we have some places to get indication. We also know how many veterans passes we have, and now is confirmed by the delegate, the Canadian Armed Forces WAN card does identify veteran spouse. But we won't be able to put together a number, so we'll come up with a rough estimate of what we believe it would cost to include veteran spouses 65 and over. But I don't have that number in front of me today. We're still working on it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to note too as well that part of this is an age thing. Part of this is addressing a gap that we traditionally see with when it comes to gender imbalances, assuming, you know, males were primarily out in the fields, whereas women were at home taking care of the home front and all of that. And I think that issue was raised that yes, there is an age, but it's also doing what's right in terms of addressing this where it was missed when implemented. So just want to put that out there. I don't think that there would be a significant impact to budget, but it's something that, again, I will bring up during our budget discussions in a couple weeks.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The questions that keep being raised in Cambridge around the LRT are often fall back on the rationale for area rating for the LRT in Cambridge. Now, this is coming from members of the public, and it's coming from members of Cambridge City Council wanting to know how much we've paid since this initiation going back to 2014. And secondly, what's the rationale? I know my township friends, I can remember when it was mentioned LRT that their hands went right up saying, no, we shouldn't pay, and because they don't get it. And that's understandable, but Cambridge doesn't right now have it. So I'm looking for the rationale that I can explain to the public about why this is happening and whether it should be suspended until we actually get the LRT. So that's kind of a couple of folded questions there, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Chair. So, councillors, a couple of points here. So, again, I will argue, and I will do that to the ends of the earth, that LRT is a regional project and benefits everybody in the region. It helps alleviate volumes of traffic on the main route that it runs and provides tremendous options. The second piece about this is thinking through how various municipalities have paid for the LRT. So there's a work through on that one, which is the region did pay a third of the cost of LRT Stage 1. And that is an important point when we talk about seeking full funding in Stage 2. But at the same time, the monies that we get from the tax uplift from the greater density along the corridor are invested back into the region, and so they help offset the cost of other regional services. With that, when we did the Cambridge redesign, GRT now delivers more hours of transit service per capita in Cambridge than we do in Kitchener or Waterloo. So it's very difficult to make an argument that Cambridge hasn't gotten the transit. They may have not got it delivered by a train, but we deliver more transit per individual in Cambridge today than we do anywhere else in the region.
So if I look at this, my explanation is that there's a balance here with regards to what has been paid through the area rating with what we're now getting in terms of amplified bus service. Am I correct? That's how it balances out?
Yeah, so you've got to play it through the property tax uplift received by the region through the increased density along the Stage 1 corridor, which we know today is about 22,000 additional units of housing along with other commercial pieces. And then you play that into, okay, so where does that tax money go? That comes into the regional coffers, and as we've said, it goes across all of our services, so it helps increase those services and respond to growth. But yes, in the Cambridge redesign now, per capita, I deliver 1.26 hours of transit service to residents of Cambridge, while I deliver on average 1.45 to the other areas of the region. So Kitchener, Waterloo get 1.53. So again, the uplift in the tax base from Stage 1 is funding more transit in Cambridge right now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. My second question to Mr. Spooner, not to let him go to sleep over there. I brought up this whole issue around the south end of Cambridge with regards to the bridge across the river, the Grand River in the south end. And the reply I got back very quickly was we're looking somewhere in the future of 2041, and then somebody else jumped in and said 2051. I think we need to have a bit better definition of what is happening and when it's happening. And that also goes for the bypass around Cambridge. I think it's got to be more expansive in terms of the answer that Cambridge residents are looking for. Can you sort of bring me up to date of, do we need a fuller report to come to council for these aspects I'm bringing up at a later time? How would you like me to go along with you in this ride?
Through you, Chair, really good question. So let's clarify those dates, Councillor Craig. The beyond 2041 timeline were projects that were reviewed against each other in the 2018 Transportation Master Plan. So the last time we issued a Transportation Master Plan, that project sat beyond 2041. The update to 2051 is the work we are undertaking right now on the new Transportation Master Plan, the Integrated Mobility Plan, and the horizon for that one will be to recognize projects that staff will recommend prioritized up to 2051. And I don't know if either of those projects will come back into the fold of by 2051. But again, the process that we go through there is we take every project that we could possibly do on roads and transportation across the region, and we present them to council using a scoring criteria. Again, this is the academic exercise against each other. And what we've said is through the development of the next Transportation Master Plan, we will put that list here at council for insights on prioritization.
So as I understand it, if I may, Mr. Chair, again through you, 2051 is the earliest date for a bypass completion and a bridge across the Grand and the South End.
Through you, Chair, no, so not quite, Councillor Craig. Those projects in the last Transportation Master Plan were placed beyond 2041. Our new horizon is to look out to 2051, but I am not telling you where we've placed those projects in the priority. I don't know that as I sit here today.
So when will this be unfolding that we have input into where it's placed?
Yeah. So my goal is to bring you the Integrated Mobility Plan in January or February of this year. I will include in that how we had prioritized the projects in the 2018 Transportation Master Plan, and then I will lay out the schedule when we will review, because there'll obviously be new projects added and we'll need to reprioritize. I don't have that today. It'll probably be mid-year next year.
And I understand that. And council at that point can speed up the movement of that of those projects. Am I correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, council will have the opportunity to make the trade-offs. We'll make our recommendation on how we move through the projects and the timing. But yes, at that point, that list is in council's hands. So if you'd like to pull a project forward, we would just need the similar amount offset and moved out. So we'll be able to do that exercise together.
I appreciate the answers, Mr. Chair. However, I just want to make note that the roads in Cambridge are under stress, okay, with traffic. Hespeler Road in particular. And the crossing of the bridges. So I'm going to be bringing that up in the future and looking for an acceleration, just so you know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Spooner.
Yep, give some runway there. Obviously, we want to direct questions again at staff with regards to budget items, and I know there's a mixture of both in that question. However, Councillor Gowing.
Thanks. I just kind of wanted to piggyback off Councillor James's question around the veteran passes. Have we looked into Metrolinx and how they do it? The difficulty I'm having is, why did we set the age at 65 when, as I mentioned, and I will continue to mention, a veteran is a veteran is a veteran. Whether they're 20, whether they're 70, so have we looked into, because I know just by doing a little bit of research that Metrolinx, excuse me, just allows them to show their CAF card and gets on and can ride for free. No, again, there's no age restrictions, there's no renewals on it. As long as they have their CAF or veteran service card, they can ride for free. So I'm just wondering if we have looked into what they're doing and maybe mimicking and reducing or eliminating the 65 plus.
Through you, Chair, yes. So well aware of the Metrolinx program. Councillor Gowing, I don't know. It predates me on why we set the veterans pass at 65 and over. I believe that happened more than 20 years ago, so I don't know the answer to that. I'm happy as part of the exercise I'm doing for Councillor James to also look at what it would take to expand the veterans program to all ages. Again, I don't place a veterans program as a group pass. Again, you know, council has moved away from group passes into income tested, and I think the delegate said it the other day the best. You know, it's a thank you rather than a program. So happy to take a look at it. I don't know how fast I'll be able to turn that around, but I'll try and do it this week.
And just a quick follow-up on that, Chair. As for the spouse passes, there is, excuse me, try that again. Metrolinx does not have that specifically, but for the Waterloo region, I strongly feel that we should look at including them as well. And there is, as you mentioned, excuse me, as we've talked about, there is a card that spouses can get to show that they are a spouse of a veteran. So, and again, no age limit on that.
Okay, colleagues, I've got 4 questions. We do have lunch for members of council ready to go. So we'll try to wrap it up here shortly. Councillor Hunick.
Chair Harris, I have a couple notes for my colleagues to consider and then a couple of questions regarding transit. So first of all, Councillor Wolf, if you would like to propose a motion that limits budget deliberations to 12 hours in a row, I would be highly in favor of that. I think we need to be very diligent when we are making decisions about other people's money. Secondly, if we remove the courier service from the taxi script program, what might actually happen is that people will book Mobility Plus to get to the transit location to pick up their product, which could actually end up costing more money than the regional, than the courier service. My questions, though, which I have currently forgotten, Mr. Spooner, could you walk me through, my concern is with respect to the transit security. Recovering revenue sounds all good, but could you just walk me through, you already laid out that the transit security will have a dual role, but in terms of customer service, etc. But in the event that the transit security does find someone who should have paid and awards them the $240 fine, what is the process that's they're following? Because are they banned from transit for life? And how do we monitor that? And what is actually enforceable here? I think is what I'm wondering.
Through you, Chair, Councillor. So again, I'm going to ask Director Neil Malcolm to come down and add a bit of context to this one. So the fine for not paying your fare on Grand River Transit is $240. We do not generally hand that out to first-time offenders. You know, there is also folks who are banned from transit, but they're generally not banned for fare payment. It's for other reasons. Director Neil, maybe just what happens following the issuance of a fine? Do we know that? Do we chase that through, please?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Spooner, through you, Chair. So as Commissioner Spooner mentioned, you know, it's really an education first program. So our fare enforcement teams, our transit security teams, they really, a big portion of the role is being an ambassador, talking about transit, educating folks about fare payments and the need to pay fares. It's not a punitive first program. It's really a education first program so that people are aware of what the costs of not paying the fare are and the implications. So we do issue provincial offences notices for those that are repeat offenders, those that are regular fare avoiders or regular fare evaders. And there is follow-up through the court system to make payments. So it's a prolonged process, but really we try to avoid that to the extent of education first. If that answers your question, I'm not sure if it does, Councillor Hunick.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I understand that we're not going to issue fines to every person, but when we do, what is the repercussion of that, or the follow-up, or is it actually enforceable, and if so, how?
Yeah, through the chair. So we do follow up through the court system to try and collect the fare. To some extent, some people will probably never pay their fare. So there is some that never get collected, but we do make attempts to make sure that payments are processed. That's why we focus again on the education first piece, to make sure that we're telling people about the need to pay the fare. There is follow-up, but I wouldn't say that everyone ends up paying their fare, if that's your question.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I have another transit-related question, so you might want to just stay there, Mr. Malcolm. So just for my council colleagues' awareness, as of right now, we provide free conventional transit to folks that are eligible for Mobility Plus, and the reason for that is conventional transit costs a lot less money than specialized transit would. But as of right now, as Commissioner Spooner noted, transit costs $2 per minute to run, and some people with disabilities are not actually tapping their pass to board, often because it takes too much time, which means that we are missing out on some provincial gas tax. So I'm wondering, is there a way to make fare boxes and tapping machines more accessible? And if not, is there a way that it could be upon the operator or the transit security person or whoever the case might be to track those fares so that we get the appropriate amount of gas tax?
Yeah, through your chair, and that's a great question. So we introduced free on conventional for Mobility Plus registered customers a number of years ago, more than a decade ago. And in part, that was because at the time, we didn't have fully accessible vehicles, and we didn't have a lot of capacity on Mobility Plus. So it was an opportunity to, if you're a registered Mobility Plus client, you would then be able to take free transit on conventional to allow more travel. If you couldn't get a ride on Mobility Plus, it allowed you to take that service and get your trip. Yes, we could use a system where the operator could tap on their display unit where there's a fare, we have a fare not paid. There could be another button for a person with a Mobility Plus pass. So there is an opportunity to do that. It does rely then on the operator to do that activation every time someone boards that can't tap their card. And the other piece of that is we want to make sure the fare boxes are very accessible so that most users of the system can tap when they board. In some cases, it's very difficult and they can't, but we could look at doing that as you suggest.
Okay, so how actionable is this in 2026?
Through the chair, it would be possible to add a new button to the operator display where they could indicate if someone has not paid a fare or someone has not been able to tap their card. There might be a minor cost in terms of modifying the display that the operator uses for their fare collection system. There could be capacity to add that button very quickly. I'd have to verify that though for you.
Commissioner Spinner, do you have thoughts? Thank you, Director Malcolm.
No additional thoughts. No, I think Director Malcolm laid out probably a better answer than I have, that we have the ability to do it. I didn't know we had the ability to add buttons or update the fare boxes. So happy to take a look and price that out.
If you could let council know how much that would cost, I would hope to make that happen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a comment about transit ridership. I just wanted to remind people that from 2019 to 2025, our overall ridership is still up by 8%. I mean, I've heard people kind of talk about it like this dramatic drop, and there was a drop because of the downturn in the amount of international students, but overall ridership is still up, which is 8%, which is overall good news, and I think really demonstrates the need for this across our community. So I just wanted to remind us of that. But my question is about the blue box public drop-off. And I'm just curious, like, if this service is there for businesses and places of worship, is it also for like companies that have like construction material and things like that, or is it just, I'll stop there and let, I guess, Connie answer, or Olivia?
Through the chair, so the proposal or the service level adjustment in the budget is focused on blue box at the public drop-off. So that is any materials that you would currently put in your Blue Box program, curbside, cardboard, containers, things like that. That would be at our Cambridge site or our Waterloo public drop-off areas. So it could be businesses using it or residents. Anyone who has segregated the materials from their waste, they can put it in those specific bins.
Okay, thank you. So, because I was curious if we could eliminate that entirely, but thinking through it, because circular materials, because the province has changed the rules and circular materials will not be able to pick up from businesses and places of worship, that means that this is at one of these Cambridge or Waterloo drop-offs, this is the only place that those organizations, places of worship or businesses would have to take their recyclables, other than just dispose of them through the waste stream?
So through the chair, those places that no longer would receive Blue Box service would have options such as they could consider working with a private collection company as well if they wanted something on their property, or we would provide this alternative where they could drop off recycling at our sites.
Okay. Do you just with your expertise in this sector, could you estimate or do you know from other communities that are already the service implemented, like how many companies might or places of worship might pay for private pickup of recyclables?
So that I would not be able to pull together at this time.
Okay, don't go and do that work. That's okay. I'm not asking you for that. I'm just wondering if you thought it's actually practical that people that might be an option that some of these organizations take, that they would pay for it. It's probably not likely, is it?
It would depend on each organization. I can't speak to that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So I guess part of where I kind of struggle with this is that, so the provincial change has meant that places of worship and places of businesses can no longer have recycling picked up. And so then we have to, we have this placeholder of $300,000 in our budget to continue to provide this service, which is an additional cost for us, ultimately. Correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Councillor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks again to staff for all of the great work they're doing on this. A couple other areas where I'm hoping for a little more detailed information, and I appreciated the Appendix A with the 7-year analysis from 2019 to the present by expenditure area. And probably some of the bigger ones that stand out for me. Facilities maintenance has gone up 66% over the last 3 years, with a 20% proposed increase this year. We've had training go up 34% with an 11% proposed increase this year. Benefits 29%, facility occupancy 21%, compensation 20% over 3 years, and professional fees 16% over 3 years. Some of these are I mean, they're big numbers, obviously, many of them higher than obviously higher than inflation. And while there were on some of these a little bit of explanation in the document we got today, I'm hoping to actually get some more detailed information, in particular on facilities maintenance, which is seeing a 20% increase. I'm looking to really see that broken down. What are the areas that we're talking about? What was the amount in 25 and what is it in 26? So we understand why it's going up 20% and where it's going up. Similarly, for professional fees and services, it's a 16% average, 14% this past year, going from 12.7 million to 15.2. So again, a breakdown, understanding where that additional $2.5 million in particular, but like a breakdown by sort of area and where those significant expenses are happening. And then it's a lot less money, but with training and facility occupancy, being at 34 and 21%, particularly the training going up 11%. Some detail on that one would be helpful. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, we'll get back to you on that, Councillor Verbanovic. We definitely are able to provide all that detail.
Wonderful.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Councillor Craig?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a follow-up to my earlier inquiries, I would like to know from 2014 to present day, the area rating costs, okay, for the city of Cambridge, and offset that with the amount of money that was spent each year for increased buses in Cambridge. I mean, there should be an equal balance there. So I think it's important because I'm getting a lot of inquiries on this particular issue about area rating.
Okay.
Is that understandable? I'm trying to be
Do you want it for everything or just transit?
Yeah, I don't, just transit, just transit.
Okay.
I'm trying to make my friend here happy, just transit.
I'm seeing a nodding of heads, yes. I think that they'll, is this prior to budget? Is this something that you need prior to budget, or is this just something you need,
Well, I think we need to understand that there is a balance here. And people are wondering in Cambridge why, and I want to be able to answer those questions, okay? I think that's important.
Yep, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor James.
Hey, thank you. I didn't anticipate you'd get to me so quickly. I'm still writing down my questions. So thank you through you, Chair. I just have a question for staff, and you may need to come back with this for next or when we meet again. But what would the levy look like if we requested that the WRPS budget match our levy budget? I think we're at 4.58. And if we see, and what would that look like in terms of a dollar figure? And how would that impact our levy?
Just to clarify the question that you're asking there,
Yeah.
Councillor James, are you looking to understand, so they have a 20 million increase year over year proposed in their fees. Are you asking how much of that increase would need to decrease in order to get down to 4.58%?
Absolutely, thank you. I haven't finished writing this out yet, so
Okay.
yes.
I understand what you're looking for. We will get back to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hewinik?
Thank you, Chair Harris. A couple of meetings ago, my colleague, Councillor McCabe, noted that a major part of using transit and recognizing how good it is and becoming a transit user is the ability to experience it for the first time or the first few times. And there is a current narrative in the community around GRT relying too much on student ridership, and in particular, international student ridership. I don't really think this is true, but I'm wondering, from Commissioner Spooner's perspective, what are we doing to increase the general population's ridership on GRT? And if we're not doing enough, what kind of money or implementations do you need to make that promotional stuff as good as it could be?
So I'm going to just interject here, Councillor Hewinik, because we're really trying to focus on budget-related questions.
Yes, this is a budget-related question.
Okay. All right. So I'll allow the response, but I mean, all of us have strayed perhaps on, questions of staff that are not related and that can be dealt with at another time.
I'm asking because there might be
I'm going to say now that this is something that, as much as we all have questions about a lot of different things, come budget day, if it's not related to the task at hand, I will be moving on. So I'll allow Mr. Spooner to answer.
There might be a budget ask related to this.
And we'll carry on. So, Mr. Spooner.
Yep, through you, Chair. So, Councillor, students, post-secondary students make up about a third of our ridership on GRT. The other parts are made up of folks who buy passes, stored value, and other products. So, while students are an important part of our ridership base, as we shared with you through the GRT business plan, even with that, ridership diversification is a goal. That's why we've introduced the pilot program in high schools, trying to capture more of that market. As you know, we're reworking our TravelWise program, which is our corporate program program. So today, organizations who participate get a 15% discount on GRT products. We're having a look at that to see if we can build better partnerships with the business community. And there's a few other things, but effectively what the business plan told us is the best way is to continue to increase frequency, coverage, and speed of service. And so we'll continue on that goal as well. Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I thought I was going to be the last questioner, but Mayor Liggett's in there now. Okay. My question was just, like last year, and I think we've continued it, we had asked staff to just keep a running list of money that the region is paying for things that are provincial responsibilities. I'm trying to help my friend. Yes, I'm trying to help Councillor Craig out here, because he's always, I mean, that's been something you've asked for pretty consistently. So I'm just A, wondering if we have that list, and B, if we've been updating it. And then C, I think it would be also helpful to have some commentary. It doesn't have to be today, but just for us to know, and the general public to know, you know, how much of our levy, as Councillor Craig was saying earlier, is actually being driven by things that we're doing that were provincial responsibilities, or in some case federal. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. I think in the first budget presentation, we have a graph that shows that, and it's been updated to 227 million for the 26 budget.
What is that on the left?
It's in the neighborhood of 38%. 38%.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Mine should be a quick question and answer. So 30 Loris Avenue, which is supposed to be a housing project in the city of Cambridge, and I know it was stalled because we couldn't find a developer apply to do the build. I'm not seeing that in the budget unless I'm missing it. So is that something that we will add later on? Should one come forward and do debt financing for that?
Through you, Chair Harris, 30 Loris is still planned for development. We went to council several months ago just to ask for an extension of the existing agreement that we have on that project in order to allow the proponent to meet the criteria for CMHC funding. I believe that project is still very much alive, and I believe it's accounted for in our component of it. It will be accounted for in the 2025 budget, I believe. I'm looking over at Peter, but we can get an email answer to you on that one if you wish.
That's fine, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, that's all we've got today for questions. I believe Mr. Regier has an update or clarification on
the airport, yeah, to Councillor Chance's question. I indicated that the airport, we include municipal property taxes on airport operations. That's actually not the case. So municipal property for the region of Waterloo, Airport Operations Center, and the terminal buildings and that sort of thing are not included in the municipal property tax assessment. But all the private sector tenants at the airport do pay municipal property taxes.
Good. And Kate Konopka, I believe you've got a gapping response for Councillor Verbanovich.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, Councillor Verbanovich, our turnover rate for end of 2024 was actually just over 7%, not 10.
Our turnover rate?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
you. So 5.2, the budget community engagement report is being received for information. 5.3, the responses to councillor questions obviously was being also received for communications or for information. There are no communications. Colleagues, is there any other business that you would like to discuss? Councillor Rabinovich.
Just one quick question on the 16th, because right now it's only scheduled until 7 p.m. and I actually have something afterwards. So I'm just, is the plan to end at 7, which will be a 10-hour day as it is?
Yeah, well, we have talked about this previously here today. I think it's fair to say, like, we have the ability to go to 11 because we have a default rollover day on the Thursday. And I think it's probably, from what I'm hearing, is, you know, originally I was like, if it was 5 minutes to go before at 9, I'd say, okay, we're going to finish. I'm hearing 7 now. So
well, that's what's in our calendars.
I think that there's probably agreement that we're not going to go probably much past that. We'll defer to the next day. But colleagues, I have faith in all of us that we can probably get there at 7 even. I mean, let's just see where the day goes, right? I mean, if we're close, I'm not going to say now 7 o'clock, we're going to call it. If it's just yourself, sorry, but I know it's in the calendar until 7. So, but technically we should probably push that to 11 because that's when we've got to go. But I'm hearing we'll probably not want to go anything past 10 to 12 hours as it is. So I'm hopeful we can get it done by dinner time and roll out of here. And yeah, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just an update for some longer-term councillors, in that the passing of a councillor from North Dumfries, Ben Benninger. He served 3 terms on council and also was involved with the Heritage Society, both at regional level and at township level. And we will be flying our flags at half-mast in recognition of Ben's passing, as well as flowers and that, and attending the funeral. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that Ben Benninger has passed away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Salonen.
No, he was calling on me to speak next.
No, thank you for that acknowledgement to Councillor Foxton and Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just looping back to budget days, I just want to confirm, because when we're looking at the calendar and you keep on talking about the rollover, if we don't finish on the 16th, despite your best efforts to be home by dinner, on the Wednesday, we're not blocking like the day itself. It's not until 4 p.m. that we're having our rollover, because right now I don't have the region booked in on the 17th until 4 p.m. I'm talking on the Wednesday, because Tuesday is our council final day. And then it turns in, sorry, Chair was asking me if I was asking what day, for clarity. I just want to know, essentially, if we run into that we try and get out by 7, we don't have everything done, that we then all know when we're coming back and we have enough time to actually then process doing our budget.
I mean, just like a council meeting would be scheduled till 9 p.m. I mean, obviously, the 16th was scheduled till 7, but we have the ability, like most council meetings, to then take us well into the evening. On the rollover day, I mean, hypothetically, that was the timetable that was set. Am I hearing that there's a potential where folks want to come back in the morning on the Wednesday?
I really just wanted clarity to make sure that we were all talking
As of right now,
about the same thing.
it's sitting at 4.
Correct. No, I know, but that's just why I want to understand that's not the expectation,
we all
because of
agree to
some
get
of the
done on
comments that have been made. It has me questioning, and I have things going on in the morning too.
How about we
so.
all agree just to get done on the 16th? I mean, we're going to make the call on the 16th if we're going to be back on the 17th, colleagues. I mean, and as of right now, it would start at 4 p.m. Am I hearing there's conflicts to that at 4? But then we've got council at 7, right? Starts the rollover day on the Wednesday, the 17th, would start at 4 p.m. because we have subsequent special council that evening, right? Or special council actually would happen right after, and then regular council would happen in the evening as scheduled at 7. What's that? Go ahead, Councillor Shantz.
So I have Township Council on the 16th in the evening at 6 or 7.
Well, Councillor Vrabanovich now has made us aware he is an issue at 7. So, I mean, I'm hearing we're going to be done by 7 on the 16th. Like,
So I
mean,
need to be
that's-
done before
My gut
7.
tells me that's what I'm hearing. So, I think if we're going to lose a lot of folks, it's come. So I think by if we start at 9 by 7, I think there's probably a likelihood that that would probably conclude. If we're not done by 7 or have a short. If we feel we're not there or going to get close to being there, we recess and come back on the 17th at 4 p.m., hoping to be done by 7 p.m. on the 17th. That is our hope. And then failing that, like last year, which I hope isn't the case, we're into January, but
As well as the 18th, 19th, 22nd, 23rd.
Chair Harris,
Yes, Councillor Hunick.
by your calculation, if we have only from 9 to 7 on the first day and 4 to 7 on the second day, that means that we're getting through 3 motions per councillor on 13 hours. Is that actually possible?
Well, again, it's all of you. So, yeah, I think we're just gonna look at colleagues. I guess my concluding remarks would be, prepare your motions, consult with finance staff. They're ready and able to work with you now, leading up to the 10th, so that we can quickly turn the councillor motions out to all of you thereafter on the 11th or 12th. Come prepared to, read up on those motions after being received up until the 16th. Reach out to your colleagues. Let's come prepared and ready to go on the 16th at 9 a.m. And we're just going to have to roll with what we're provided that day and go from there. So I guess motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Nowak. Over to you, Scribe, to vote. Thank you, colleagues. We'll see you on the 16th at 9 a.m.
See you tonight at 6 o'clock.
Sorry, yes, tonight. And the reason why I'm not is because Councillor Nowak is going to, Vice Chair Councillor Nowak is going to chair public input, and I thank him for doing that. Yeah.
I think so.